Publisher's Preface. The classic books in the Bookstream series are unedited and read exactly from the text as originally written by their authors. All these classic works of literature have been set in their own situations and times. Some situations, or words and phrases, may seem out of place or almost offensive today. Fortunately, language changes as do customs and political regimes. We believe that one must not take offense at phrases that tell the story of the time, no matter how unseemly or uncomfortable they might appear to us today. Therefore, we trust that you, the listener, will understand all the language and contents of these books in the sense and setting in which they were first put to paper. The Confidence Man by Herman Melville. Narrated by Brian Godwin. Chapter 1. A mute goes aboard a boat on the Mississippi. At sunrise, on a 1st of April, there appeared, suddenly, as Manco Capac at the Lake Titicaca, a man in cream colors at the waterside in the city of St. Louis. His cheek was fair, his chin downy, his hair flaxen, his hat a white fur one, with a long fleecy nap. He had neither trunk, valise, carpet bag, nor parcel. No porter followed him. He was unaccompanied by friends. From the rugged shoulders, titters, whispers, wonderings of the crowd, it was plain that he was, in the extremest sense of the word, a stranger. In the same moment with his advent, he stepped aboard the favorite steamer Fidel, on the point of starting for New Orleans. Stared at, but unsaluted, with the air of one neither courting nor shunning regard, but evenly pursuing the path of duty, led it through solitudes or cities. He held on his way along the lower deck until he chanced to come to a placard nigh the captain's office, offering a reward for the capture of a mysterious impostor, supposedly to have recently arrived from the East. Quite an original genius in his vocation, as would appear, though wherein his originality consisted was not clearly given, but what purported to be a careful description of his person followed. As if it had been a theater bill, crowds were gathered about the announcement, and among them certain chevaliers, whose eyes, it were plain, were on the capitals, or, at least, earnestly seeking sight of them from behind intervening coats. But as for their fingers, they were enveloped in some myth, though during a chance interval one of these chevaliers somewhat showed his hand in purchasing from another chevalier, ex officio, a peddler of money belts, one of his popular safeguards, while another peddler, who was still another versatile chevalier, hawked, in the thick of the wrong, the lives of Mason, the bandit of Ohio, Murrell, the pirate of the Mississippi, and the Brothers Harp, the thugs of the Green River country in Kentucky. Creatures with others of the sort, one and all exterminated at the time, and for the most part, like the hunted generations of wolves in the same regions, leaving comparatively few successors, which would seem cause for unalloyed gratulation, and is such to all except those who think that in new countries where the wolves are killed off, the foxes increase. Pausing at this spot, the stranger so far succeeded in threading his way, as at last to plant himself just beside the placard, when producing a small slate and tracing some words upon it, he held it up before him on a level with the placard, so that they who read the one might read the other, and the words were these: Charity thinketh no evil. As, in gaining his place, some little perseverance, not to say persistence, of a mildly inoffensive sort, had been unavoidable, it was not with the best relish that the crowd regarded his apparent intrusion. And upon a more attentive survey, perceiving no badge of authority about him, but rather something quite the contrary, he being of an aspect so singularly innocent, an aspect too which they took to be somehow inappropriate to the time and place, and inclining to the notion that his writing was of much the same sort, in short, taking him for some kind of strange simpleton, harmless enough, would he keep to himself, but not wholly unobnoxious as an intruder. They made no scruple to jostle him aside, while one, less kind than the rest, of more of a wag, by an unobserved stroke, dexterously flattened down his fleecy hat upon his head. Without readjusting it, the stranger quietly turned, and writing anew upon the slate, again held it up. Charity suffereth long and is kind. Illy pleased with his pertinacity, as they thought it, the crowd a second time thrust him aside, and not without epithets and some buffets, all of which were unresented. But as if at last despairing of so difficult an adventure, wherein one, apparently a non-resistant, sought to impose his presence upon fighting characters, the stranger now moved slowly away, yet not before altering his writing to this: Charity endureth all things. Shield-like bearing his slate before him, amid stares and jeers he moved slowly up and down, at his turning points again, changing his inscription to Charity believeth all things, and then Charity never faileth. The word charity, as originally traced, remained throughout uneffaced, not unlike the left-hand numeral of a printed date, otherwise left for convenience in blank. To some observers, the singularity, if not lunacy, of the stranger was heightened by his muteness, and perhaps also by the contrast to his proceedings afforded in the actions. Quite in the wonted and sensible order of things of the barber of the boat, whose quarters, under a smoking saloon and over against the bar room, was next door but two to the captain's office. As if the long, wide-covered deck, hereabouts built up on both sides with shop-like windowed spaces, were some Constantinople arcade or bazaar, where more than one trade is plied, this river barber, aproned and slippered, but rather crusty-looking for the moment, it may be from being newly out of bed, was throwing upon his premises for the day, and suitably arranging the exterior. With businesslike dispatch, having rattled down his shoulders, and at palm tree angle, set out in the iron fixture his little ornamental pole, and this without much tenderness for the elbows and toes of the crowd, he concluded his operations by bidding people stand still more aside, when jumping out on a stool, he hung over his door, on the customary nail, a gaudy sort of illuminated pasteboard sign, skillfully executed by himself, gilt with the likeness of a razor elbowed in readiness to shave, and also, for the public benefit, with two words, not unfrequently seen ashore, gracing other shops besides barbers: No Trust. An inscription which, though in a sense not less intrusive than the contrasted ones of the stranger, did not, as it seemed, provoke any corresponding derision or surprise, much less indignation. And still less, to all appearances, did it gain for the inscriber the repute of being a simpleton. Meanwhile, he with the slate continued moving slowly up and down, not without causing some stares to change into jeers, and some jeers into pushes, and some pushes into punches, when suddenly, in one of his turns, he was hailed from behind by two porters carrying a large trunk, but as the summons, though loud, was without effect, they accidentally or otherwise swung their burden against him, nearly overthrowing him, when by a quick start, a peculiar inarticulate moan, and a pathetic telegraphing of his fingers, he involuntarily betrayed that he was not alone dumb, but also deaf. Presently, as if not wholly unaffected by his reception thus far, he went forward, seating himself in a retired spot on the forecastle, nigh the foot of the ladder, there leading to the deck above, up and down which ladder some of the boatmen, in discharge of their duties, were occasionally going. From his betaking himself to this humble quarter, it was evident that, as a deck passenger, the stranger, simple though he seemed, was not entirely ignorant of his place, though his taking a deck passage might have been partly for convenience, as from his having no luggage, it was probable that his destination was one of the small wayside landings within a few hours' sail. But though he might not have a long way to go, yet he seemed already to have come from a very long distance. Though neither soiled nor slovenly, his cream-colored suit had a tossed look, almost linty, as if traveling night and day from some far country beyond the prairies, He had long been without the solace of a bed. His aspect was at once gentle and jaded, and from the moment of seating himself, increasing in tired abstraction and dreaminess. Gradually overtaken by slumber, his flaxen head drooped, his whole lamb-like figure relaxed, and half reclining against the ladder's foot, lay motionless as some sugar snow in March, which, softly stealing down overnight, with its white placidity, startles the brown farmer peering out from this threshold at daybreak. Chapter 2. Showing that many men have many minds. Odd fish. Oh, poor fellow. Who can he be? Captain Hauser. Bless my soul. Uncommon countenance. Green prophet from Utah. Humbug. Singular innocence. Means something. Spirit rapper. Moon calf. Piteous. Trying to enlist interest. Beware of him. Fast asleep here, and doubtless pickpockets on board. Kind of daylight Endymion. Escaped convict, worn out with dodging. Jacob dreaming at lutes. Such the epitaphic comments, conflictingly spoken or thought, of a miscellaneous company who assembled on the overlooking crosswise balcony at the forward end of the upper deck nearby had not witnessed preceding occurrences. Meantime, like some enchanted man in his grave, happily oblivious of all gossip, whether chiseled or chatted, the deaf and dumb stranger still tranquilly slept, while now the boat started on her voyage. The great ship canal of Ving King Ching in the Flowery Kingdom seems the Mississippi in parts, where amply flowing between low, vine-tangled banks, flat as towpaths, it bears the huge toppling steamers, bedizened and lacquered within like imperial junks. Pierced along its great white bulk with 2 tiers of small embrasure-like windows well above the waterline, the fiddle, though might at distance have been taken by strangers for some whitewashed fort on a floating isle. Merchants on change seem the passengers that buzz on her decks, while from quarters unseen comes a murmur as of bees in the comb, fine promenades, domed saloons, long galleries, sunny balconies, confidential passages, bridal chambers, staterooms plenteous pigeonholes, and out-of-the-way retreats like secret drawers in an escritoire, present like facilities for publicity or privacy. Auctioneer or coiner with equal ease might somewhere here drive his trade. Though her voyage of 1,200 miles extends from apple to orange, from clime to clime, yet, like any small ferry boat to right and left at every landing, the huge Fidel still receives additional passengers in exchange for those that disembark. So that, though always full of strangers, she continually, in some degree, adds to or replaces them with strangers still more strange. Like Rio Janeiro Fountain, fed from Cocovarda Mountains, which is ever overflowing with strange waters, but never with the same strange particles in every part. Though hitherto, as has been seen, the man in cream colors had by no means passed unobserved, yet by stealing into retirement, and there going asleep and continuing so, he seemed to have courted oblivion, a boon not often withheld from so humble an applicant as he. Those staring crowds on the shore were now left far behind, seen dimly clustering like swallows on eaves, while the passengers' attention was soon drawn away to the rapidly shooting high bluffs and shot towers on the Mississippi shore, or the bluff-looking Missourians and towering Kentuckians among the throngs on the decks. By and by, 2 or 3 random stoppages having been made, and the last transient memory of the slumberer vanished, and he himself, not unlikely, waked up and landed ere now, the crowd, as is usual, began in all parts to break up from a concourse into various clusters or squads, which, in some cases, disintegrated again into quartets, trios, and couples, or even solitaires. involuntarily submitting to that natural law which ordains dissolution equally to the mass as in time to the member. As among Chaucer's Canterbury pilgrims, or those Oriental ones crossing the Red Sea towards Mecca in the festival month, there was no lack of variety. Natives of all sorts and foreigners, men of business and men of pleasure, parlormen and backwoodsmen, farm hunters and fame hunters, Harris hunters, gold hunters, buffalo hunters, bee hunters, happiness hunters, truth hunters, and still keener hunters after all these hunters. Fine ladies in slippers and moccasin squaws, northern speculators and eastern philosophers, English, Irish, German, Scotch, Danes, Santa Fe traders in striped blankets and Broadway bucks in cravats of cloth of gold, fine-looking Kentucky boatmen and Japanese-looking Mississippi cotton planters, Quakers in full drab, and United States soldiers in full regimentals, slaves, black, mulatto, quadroon, modish, young Spanish Creoles, and old-fashioned French Jews, Mormons and Papist dives and Lazarus, jesters and mourners, teetotalers and convivialists, deacons and blacklegs, hard-shell Baptist and clay-eaters, grinning Negroes and sous chefs, solemn as high priests. In short, a piebald parliament, an anacharsis clutes congress of all kinds of that multiform pilgrim species, man. As pine, beech, birch, ash, hackmatack, hemlock, spruce, basswood, maple interweave their foliage in the natural wood, so these mortals blended their varieties of visage and garb. A Tartar-like picturesqueness, a sort of pagan abandonment and assurance. Here reigns the dashing and all-fusing spirit of the West, whose type is the Mississippi itself, which, uniting the streams of the most distant and opposite zones, pours them along, helter-skelter, in one cosmopolitan and confident tide. Chapter 3, in which a variety of characters appear. In the forward part of the boat, not the least attractive object, for a time, was a grotesque Negro cripple, in tow-cloth attire and an old coal-sifter of a tambourine in his hand, who, owing to something wrong about his legs, was, in fact, cut down to the stature of a Newfoundland dog. His knotted black fleece and good-natured, honest black face rubbing against the upper part of people's thighs as he made shift to shuffle about, making music, such as it was, and raising a smile even from the gravest. It was curious to see him, out of his very deformity, indigence, and houselessness, so cheerily endured, raising mirth in some of that crowd whose own purses, hearts, and all their possessions, sound limbs included, could not make gay. "What is your name, old boy?" said a purple-faced drover, putting his large purple hand on the cripple's bushy wool, as if it were the curled forehead of a black steer. "The Black Guinea they calls me, sir." "And who is your master, Guinea?" "Oh, sir, I'm the dog without massa." "A free dog, eh? Well, on your account, I'm sorry for that, Guinea. Dogs without masters fare hard." "So they do, sir, so they do. But you see, sir, these here legs. What'd your man want to do with these here legs?" "Where do you live?" "All along shore, sir, do now. I was going to see brother at their landing, but chiefly I lives in the city." "St. Louis, ah? Where do you sleep there of nights?" "On the floor of the good baker's oven, sir." "In an oven? Whose, pray? What baker, I should like to know, bakes such black bread in his oven, alongside of his nice white rolls, too? Who is that charitable baker, pray?" "Daar he be," with a broad grin, lifting his tambourine high over his head. "The son is the baker, eh?" "Yes, sir. In the city, that good baker warms these stones for this old darky when he sleeps out on the pavements o' nights." "Oh, that must be in the summer only, old boy. How about winter, when the cold Cossacks come clattering and jingling? How about winter, old boy?" Then this poor old darky shakes very bad, I tell you, sir. Oh, sorrow, don't speak of the winter, he added with a reminiscent shiver, shuffling into the thickest of the crowd, like a half-frozen black sheep nudging itself into a cozy berth in the heart of the white flock. Thus far, not very many pennies had been given him, and, used at last to his strange looks, the less polite strangers of those in that part of the boat began to get their fill of him as a curious object, when suddenly the Negro more than revived their first interest by an expedient which, whether by chance or design, was a singular temptation at once to diversion and charity. Though, even more than his crippled limbs, it put him on a canine footing. In short, as in appearance he seemed a dog, so now, in a merry way, like a dog he began to be treated. Still shuffling among the crowd, now and then he would pause, throwing back his head, and opening his mouth like an elephant for tossed apples at a menagerie. When making space for him, people would have a bout at a strange sort of pitch-penny game, the cripple's mouth being at once target and purse, and he hailing each expertly caught copper with a cracked bravura from his tambourine, to be the subject of almsgiving is trying, and to feel in duty bound to appear cheerfully grateful under the trial must be more so. But whatever his secret emotions, he swallowed them, while still retaining each copper this side the esophagus. And nearly always he grinned, and only once or twice did he wince, which was when certain coins, tossed by more playful almoners, came inconveniently nigh to his teeth, and accident, whose unwelcomeness was not unedged by the circumstance that the pennies thus thrown proved buttons. While this game of charity was yet at its height, a limping, gimlet-eyed, sour-faced person, it may be some discharged custom-house officer, who suddenly stripped of convenient means of support, had concluded to be avenged on government and humanity by making himself miserable for life, either by hating or suspecting everything and everybody. This shallow unfortunate, after sundry sorry observations of the Negro, began to croak out something about his deformity being a sham, got up for financial purposes, which immediately threw a damp upon the frolic benignities of the pitch-penny players. But that these suspicions came from one who himself, on a wooden leg, went halt, this did not appear to strike anybody present. That cripples, above all men, should be companionable, or at least refrain from picking a fellow limper to pieces, in short, should have a little sympathy in common misfortune, seemed not to occur to the company. Meantime, the Negro's countenance, before marked with even more than patient good nature, drooped into a heavy-hearted expression, full of the most painful distress. So far abased beneath its proper physical level, that Newfoundland dog face turned in passively hopeless appeal, as if instinct told it that the right or the wrong might not have overmuch to do with whatever wayward mood superior intelligences might yield to. But instinct, though knowing, is yet a teacher set below reason, which itself says in the grave words of Lysander in the comedy, after Puck has made a sage of him with his spell, "The will of man is by his reason swayed." So that suddenly change as people may in their dispositions, it is not always waywardness, but improved judgment, which, as in Lysander's case, or the present, operates with them. Yes, they began to scrutinize the Negro curiously enough, when emboldened by this evidence of the efficacy of his words, the wooden-legged man hobbled up to the Negro, and with the air of a beadle, would, to prove his alleged imposture on the spot, have stripped him and then driven him away, but was prevented by the crowd's clamor, now taking part with the poor fellow against one who had just before turned nearly all minds the other way. So he with the wooden leg was forced to retire, when the rest, finding themselves left sole judges in the case, could not resist the opportunity of acting the part. Not because it is human weakness to take pleasure in sitting in judgment upon one in a box, as surely this unfortunate Negro now was, but that it strangely sharpens human perceptions, when, instead of standing by and having their fellow feelings touched by the sight of an alleged culprit severely handled by some one justiciary, A crowd suddenly come to be all justiciaries in the same case themselves. As in Arkansas once, a man proved guilty by law of murder, but whose condemnation was deemed unjust by the people, so that they rescued him to try him themselves, whereupon they, as it turned out, found him even guiltier than the court had done, and forthwith proceeded to execution, so that the gallows presented the truly warning spectacle of a man hanged by his friends. But not to such extremities, or anything like them, did the present crowd come. They, for the time, being content with putting the Negro fairly and discreetly to the question, among other things, asking him had he any documentary proof, any plain paper about him, attesting that his case was not a spurious one. No, this poor old darky ain't none of them wallable papers, he wailed. But is there not someone who can speak a good word for you? Here said a person newly arrived from another part of the boat, a young Episcopal clergyman, in a long, straight-bodied black coat, small in stature but manly, with a clear face and blue eye, innocence, tenderness, and good sense triumvirate in his air. Oh yes, Jimin, he eagerly answered, as if his memory, before suddenly frozen up by cold charity, had suddenly thawed back into fluidity at the first kindly word. Oh yes, dar's a boy here to wear a nice good gemmin with a weed, and a gemmin in a gray coat and a white tie, what knows all about me, and a gemmin with a big book too, and a yarb doctor, and a gemmin in a yaller vest, and a gemmin with a brass plate, and a gemmin in a violet robe, and a gemmin as is a sodger, and ever so many good, kind, honest gemmin, more aboard what knows me and will speak for me, God bless 'em, yes, and what knows me as well as dis old darky knows himself. God bless him. Oh, find him, he earnestly added, and let 'em come quick and show you all gemmin that dis old poor darky is very well worthy of all you kind gemmin's kind confidence. But how are we to find all these people in this great crowd? Was the question of a bystander, umbrella in hand, a middle-aged person, a country merchant, apparently, whose natural good feeling had been made at least cautious by the unnatural ill feeling of the discharged custom-house officer. Where are we to find them? Half rebukefully echoed the young Episcopal clergyman. I will go find one to begin with, he quickly added, and what kind haste suiting the action to the word, away he went. Wild goose chase, croaked he with the wooden leg, now again drawing nigh. Don't believe there's a soul of them on board. Did ever beggar have such heaps of fine friends? He can walk fast enough when he tries, a good deal faster than I, but he can lie yet faster. He's some white operator, betwisted and painted up for a decoy. He and his friends are all humbugs. Have you no charity, friend? Here in self-subdued tones, singularly contrasted with his unsubdued person, said a Methodist minister, advancing. A tall, muscular, martial-looking man, a Tennessean by birth, who in the Mexican War had been volunteer chaplain to a volunteer rifle regiment. Charity is one thing, and truth is another, rejoined he with the wooden leg. He's a rascal, I say. But why not, friend? Put as charitable a construction as one can upon the poor fellow, said the soldier-like Methodist, with increased difficulty, maintaining a pacific demeanor towards one whose own asperity seems so little to entitle him to it. He looks honest, don't he? Looks are one thing and facts are another, snapped out the other, perversely. And as to your constructions, what construction can you put upon a rascal, but that a rascal he is? Be not such a Canada thistle, urged the Methodist, with something less of patience than before. Charity, man, charity. To where it belongs with your charity, to heaven with it, again snapped out the other diabolically. Here on earth, true charity dotes and false charity plots. Who betrays a fool with a kiss? The charitable fool has the charity to believe he is in love with him, and the charitable knave on the stand gives charitable testimony for his comrade in the box. Surely, friend, returned the noble Methodist, with much ado restraining his still waxing indignation, surely, to say the least, you forget yourself. Apply it home, he continued with exterior calmness, tremulous with inkept emotion. Suppose now I should exercise no charity in judging your own characters by the words which have fallen from you. What sort of vile, pitiless man do you think I would take you for? No doubt, with a grin, some such pitiless man as has lost his piety, in much the same way that the jockey loses his honesty. And how is that, friend? Still conscientiously holding back the old Adam in him, as if it were a mastiff he had by the neck. Never you mind how it is, with a sneer. But all horses ain't virtuous, no more than all mankind, and come close to, and much dealt with, some things are catchin'. When you find me a virtuous jockey, I'll find you a benevolent wiseman. Some insinuation there. More fool you that are puzzled by it. Reprobate, cried the author, his indignation now at last almost boiling over. Godless reprobate! If charity did not restrain me, I could call you by names you deserve. Could you indeed? With an insolent sneer. Yeah, and teach you charity on the spot, cried the goaded Methodist, suddenly catching this exasperating opponent by his shabby coat collar and shaking him till his timber toe clattered on the deck like a ninepin. You took me for a non-combatant, did you? Thought, seedy coward that you are, that you could abuse a Christian with impunity. You find your mistake. With another hearty shake. Well said, and better done, church militant, cried a voice. The white cravat against the world, cried another. Bravo, bravo, chorused many voices, with like enthusiasm taking sides with the resolute champion. You fools, cried he with the wooden leg, writhing himself loose and inflamedly turning upon the throng. You flock of fools, under this captain of fools and this ship of fools. With which exclamations, followed by idle threats against his admonisher, this condign victim to justice hobbled away, as disdaining to hold further argument with such a rabble. But his scorn was more than repaid by the hisses that chased him, in which the brave Methodist, satisfied with the rebuke already administered, was, to omit still better reasons, too magnanimous to join. All he said was, pointing towards the departant recusant, there he shambles off on his one lone leg, emblematic of his one-sided view of humanity. But trust your painted decoy, retorted the other from a distance, pointing back to the black cripple, and I have my revenge. But we ain't a-going to trust him, shouted back a voice. So much the better, he jeered back. Look you, he added, coming to a dead halt where he was. Look you, I've been called a Canada thistle. Very good, and a seedy one. Still better. And the seedy Canada thistle has been pretty well shaken among ye, best of all. Dare say some seed has been shaken out, and won't it spring, though? And when it does spring, do you cut down the young thistles? And won't they spring the more? It's encouraging and coaxing 'em. Now, when with my thistles your farm shall be well stocked, why then, you may abandon them. What does all that mean now? Asked the country merchant, staring. Nothing. The foiled wolf's parting howl, said the Methodist. Spleen, much spleen, which is the rickety child of his evil heart of unbelief. It has made him mad. I suspect him for one naturally reprobate. Oh, friends, raising his arms as in the pulpit, oh, beloved, how are we admonished by the melancholy spectacle of this raver? Let us profit by the lesson. And is it not this, that if, next to mistrusting Providence, there be aught that man should pray against, it is against mistrusting his fellow man? I have been in madhouses full of tragic mopers, and seen there the end of suspicion. The cynic, in the moody madness, muttering in the corner, for years a barren fixture there, head lopped over, gnawing his own lip, a vulture of himself, while by fits and starts from the corner opposite came the grimace of the idiot at him. What an example, whispered one. Might deter Timon, was the response. Oh, good Jimin, have you no confidence in this poor old darky? Now wailed the returning Negro, who during the late scene had stumped apart in alarm. Confidence in you, echoed he who had whispered, with abruptly changed air, turning short round. That remains to be seen. I tell you what it is, Ebony, in similarly changed tones, said he who had whispered to the whisperer. Yonder churl, pointing towards Wooden Leg in the distance, is no doubt a churlish fellow enough, and I would not wish to be like him, but that is no reason why you may not be some sort of black Jeremy Diddler. No confidence in this poor old darky then? Before giving you our confidence, said a third, we will wait the report of the kind gentleman who went in search of some of your friends who was to speak for you. Very likely in that case, said a fourth, we shall wait here till Christmas. Shouldn't wonder, did we not see that kind gentleman again. After seeking a while in vain, he will conclude that he has been made a fool of, and so not return to us for pure shame. Fact is, I begin to feel a little qualmish about the darky myself. Something queer about this darky, depend upon it. Once more the Negro wailed, and turning in despair from the last speaker, implorably caught the Methodist by the skirt of his coat, but a change had come over the before impassioned intercessor. With an irresolute and troubled air, he mutely eyed the suppliant, against whom somehow, by what seemed instinctive influences, the distrusts first set on foot were now generally reviving, and if anything with added severity. No confidence in this poor old darky, yet again wailed the Negro, letting go the coat skirts and turning appealingly all round him. Yes, my poor fellow, I have confidence in you, now exclaimed the country merchant before named, whom the Negro's appeal, coming so piteously on the heel of pitilessness, seemed at last humanely to have decided in his favor. And here is some proof of my trust. With which, tucking his umbrella under his arm and diving down his hand into his pocket, he fished forth a purse, and accidentally along with it his business card, which, unobserved, dropped to the deck. Here, my poor fellow, he continued, extending a $50. No more grateful for the coin than the kindness, the cripple's face glowed like a polished copper saucepan, and shuffled a pace nigher, with one upstretched hand he received the alms, while as unconsciously his one advanced leather stump covered the card. Done in despite of the general sentiment, the good deed of the merchant was not, perhaps, without its unwelcome return from the crowd, since that good deed somehow seemed to convey to them a sort of reproach. Still again, and more pertinaciously than ever, the cry arose against the Negro, and still again he wailed forth his lament and appeal among other things, repeating that the friends of whom had been partially run off the list would freely speak for him. Would anybody go find them? Why don't you go find them yourself? Demanded a gruff boatman. How's can I find them myself? This poor old game-legged darky's friends must come to him. Oh, where's that good friend of this darky's, that good man with the weed? At this point, a steward ringing a bell came along, summoning all persons who had not got their ticket to step to the captain's office, an announcement which speedily thinned the throng about the black cripple, who, himself, soon forlornly stumped out of sight, probably on much the same errand as the rest. Chapter 4. Renewal of Old Acquaintance. How do you do, Mr. Roberts? Don't you know me? No, certainly. The crowd about the captain's office, having a good time melted away, the above encounter took place in one of the side balconies astern, between a man in mourning, clean and respectable, but none of the glossiest, a long weed on his hat, and the country merchant before mentioned, whom, with the familiarity of an old acquaintance, the former had accosted. Is it possible, my dear sir, resumed he with the weed, that you do not recall my countenance? Why, yours I recall distinctly, as if but half an hour, instead of half an age, had passed since I saw you. Don't you recall me now? Look harder. In my conscience, truly, I protest, honestly bewildered. Bless my soul, sir, I don't know you, really. But stay, he hurriedly added, not without great gratification, glancing up at the crape on the stranger's hat. Stay. Yes, seems to me, though I have not the pleasure of personally knowing you, yet I am pretty sure I have at least heard of you, and recently too, quite recently. A poor Negro aboard here referred to you, among others, for a character, I think. Oh, the cripple. Poor fellow, I know him well. They found me. I have said all I could for him. I think I abated their distrust. What I could have been more of substantial service. And apropos, sir, he added, now that it strikes me, allow me to ask whether the circumstance of one man, however humble, referring for a character to another man, however afflicted, does not argue more or less of moral worth in the latter. The gold merchant looked puzzled. Still, you don't recall my countenance. Still does truth compel me to say that I cannot, despite my best efforts, was the reluctantly candid reply. Can I be so changed? Look at me. Or is it I who am mistaken? Are you not Sir Henry Roberts, forwarding merchant of Wheeling, Pennsylvania? Pray now, if you use the advertisement of business cards and happen to have one with you, just look at it and see whether you are not the man I take you for. Why, a bit chaffed, perhaps, I hope I know myself. And yet self-knowledge is thought by some not so easy. Who knows, my dear sir, but for a time you may have taken yourself for someone else. Stranger things have happened. The good merchant stared. To come to particulars, my dear sir, I met you, now some 6 years back, at Braid Brothers & Co.'s office, I think. I was traveling for a Philadelphia house. The senior Braid introduced us, you remember. Some business chat followed. Then you forced me home with you to a family tea and a family time we had. Have you forgotten about the urn and what I said about Werter Charlotte? And the bread and butter and the capital story you told of the large loaf? 100 times since I've laughed over it. At least you must recall my name. Ringman, John Ringman. Large loaf? Invited you to tea. Ringman. Ringman? Ring? Ah, sir, sadly smiling, don't ring the changes that way. I see you have a faithless memory, Mr. Roberts, but trust in the faithfulness of mine. Well, to tell the truth, in some things my memory ain't to the very best, was the honest rejoinder. But still, he perplexedly added, Oh, sir, suffice it that it is to say, doubt not that we were all well acquainted. But I don't like this going dead against my own memory. But didn't you admit, my dear sir, that in some things this memory of yours is a little faithless? Now, those who have faithless memories, should they not have some little confidence in the less faithless memories of others? But of this friendly chat and tea, I have not the slightest. I see. Quite erased from the tablet. Pray, sir, with a sudden illumination, about 6 years back, did it happen to you to receive any injury on the head? Surprising effects have arisen from such a case. Not alone unconsciousness as to events for a greater or less time immediately subsequent to the injury, but likewise, strange to add, oblivion, entire and incurable, as to events embracing a longer or shorter period immediately preceding it, that is, when the mind at the time was perfectly sensible of them, and fully competent also to register them in the memory, and did in fact so do. But all in vain, for all was afterwards bruised out by the injury. After the first start, the merchant listened with what appeared more than ordinary interest. The other proceeded, In my boyhood I was kicked by a horse, and lay insensible for a long time. Upon recovering, what a blank! No faintest trace in regard to how I had come near the horse, or what horse it was, or where it was, or that it was a horse at all that had brought me to that pass. For the knowledge of those particulars I am indebted solely to my friends, in whose statements, I need not say, I place implicit reliance, since particulars of some sort there must have been, and why should they deceive me? You see, sir, the mind is ductile, very much so, but images ductilely received into it need a certain time to harden and bake in their impressions. Otherwise, such a casualty as I speak of will in an instant obliterate them, as though they had never been. We are but clay, sir, potter's clay. As the good book says, clay, feeble, and too yielding clay. But I will not philosophize. Tell me, was it your misfortune to receive any concussion upon the brain about the period I speak of? If so, I will with pleasure supply the void in your memory by more minutely rehearsing the circumstances of our acquaintance. The growing interest betrayed by the merchant had not relaxed as the other proceeded. After some hesitation, indeed, something more than hesitation, he confessed that though he had never received any injury of the sort named, yet about the time in question he had in fact been taken with a brain fever, losing his mind completely for a considerable interval. He was continuing when the stranger with much animation exclaimed, There now, you see, I was not wholly mistaken. That brain fever accounts for it all. Nay, but Pardon me, Mr. Roberts, respectfully interrupting him, but time is short, and I have something private and particular to say to you. Allow me. Mr. Roberts, good man, could but acquiesce, and the two, having silently walked to a less public spot, the manner of the man with the weed suddenly assumed a seriousness almost painful. What might be called a writhing expression took over him. He seemed struggling with some disastrous necessity inkept. He made one or two attempts to speak, but words seemed to choke him. His companion stood in humane surprise, wondering what was to come. At length, with an effort mastering his feelings, in a tolerably composed tone, he spoke. If I remember, you are a Mason, Mr. Roberts? Yes, yes. Averting himself a moment as to recover from a return of agitation, the stranger grasped the other's hand. And would you not loan a brother a shilling if he needed it? The merchant started, apparently almost as if to retreat. Ah, Mr. Roberts, I trust you are not one of those businessmen who make a business of never having to do with unfortunates. For God's sakes, don't leave me. I have something on my heart. On my heart. Under deplorable circumstances, thrown among strangers, utter strangers, I want a friend in whom I may confide. Yours, Mr. Roberts, is almost the first known face I've seen for many weeks. It was so sudden an outburst, the interview offered such a contrast to the scene around, that the merchant, though not used to be very indiscreet, yet, being not entirely inhumane, remained not entirely unmoved. The other, still tremulous, resumed, I need not say, sir, how it cuts me to the soul to follow up a social salutation with such words as have just been mine. I know that I jeopardize your good opinion, but I can't help it. Necessity knows no law and heeds no risk. Sir, we are Masons, one more step aside. I will tell you my story. In a low, half-suppressed tone he began it. Judging from his auditor's expression, it seemed to be a tale of singular interest, involving calamities against which no integrity, no forethought, no energy, no genius, no piety could guard. At every disclosure, the hearer's commiseration increased. No sentimental pity. As the story went on, he drew from his wallet a banknote, but after a while, at some still more unhappy revelation, changed it for another, probably of a somewhat larger amount, which when the story was concluded, with an air studiously disclamatory of almsgiving, he put it into the stranger's hands, who on his side, with an air studiously disclamatory of alms-taking, put it into his pocket. Assistance being received, the stranger's manner assumed a kind and degree of decorum which, under the circumstances, seemed almost coldness. After some words not over-ardent, and yet not exactly inappropriate, he took leave, making a bow which had one knows not what of a certain chastened independence about it, as if misery, however burdensome, could not break down self-respect, nor gratitude, however deep, humiliate a gentleman. He was hardly out of sight when he paused as if thinking, then with hastened steps returned to the merchant. I am just reminded that the president, who is also transfer agent of the Black Rapid Coals Company, happens to be on board here, and having been subpoenaed as witness in a stock case on the docket in Kentucky, has his transfer book with him. A month since, in a panic contrived by artful alarmists, some credulous stockholders sold out. But, to frustrate the aim of the alarmists, the company, previously advised of their scheme, so managed it as to get it into his own hands, those sacrificed shares, resolved that since a spurious panic must be, the panic makers should be no gainers by it. The company, I hear, is now ready, but not anxious, to redispose of those shares, and having obtained them at their depressed value, will now sell them at par, though, prior to the panic, they were held at a handsome figure above. That the readiness of the company to do this is not generally known, is shown by the fact that the stock still stands on the transfer book in the company's name, offering to one in funds a rare chance for investment. For, the panic subsiding more and more every day, it will daily be seen how it originated. Confidence will be more than restored. There will be a reaction. From the stock's descent, its rise will be higher than from no fall, the holders trusting themselves to fear no second fate. Having listened at first with curiosity, at last with interest, the merchant replied to the effect that some time since, through friends concerned with it, He had heard of the company and heard well of it, but was ignorant that there had latterly been fluctuations. He added that he was no speculator, that hitherto he had avoided having to do with stocks of any sort, but in the present case he really felt something like being tempted. Pray, in conclusion, do you think that upon a pinch anything could be transacted on board here with the transfer agent? Are you acquainted with him? Not personally. I but happened to hear that he was a passenger. For the rest, though it might be somewhat informal, the gentleman might not object to doing a little business on board. Along the Mississippi, you know, business is not so ceremonious as at the East. True, returned the merchant, and looked down a moment in thought. Then, raising his head quickly, said in a tone not so benign as his wonted one, "This would seem a rare chance indeed. Why, upon first hearing it, did you not snatch at it? I mean for yourself." "I? Would it have been possible?" Not without some emotion was this said, and not without some embarrassment was the reply, "Ah, yes, I had forgotten." Upon this, the stranger regarded him with mild gravity, not a little disconcerting. The more so, as there was in it what seemed the aspect not alone of the superior, but, as it were, the rebuker. Which sort of bearing, in a beneficiary towards his benefactor, looked strangely enough, none the less that, somehow, it sat not altogether unbecomingly upon the beneficiary, being free from anything like the appearance of assumption, and mixed with a kind of painful conscientiousness, as though nothing but a proper sense of what he owed to himself swayed him. At length he spoke. To reproach a penniless man with remissness is not availing himself of an opportunity for pecuniary investment. But no. It was forgetfulness, and this charity will impute to some lingering effect of that unfortunate brain fever which, as to occurrences dating yet further back, disturbed Mr. Robert's memory still more seriously. "As to that," said the merchant, rallying, "I am not— pardon me, but you must admit that just now an unpleasant distrust, however vague, was yours. Ah, shallow as it is, yet how subtle a thing is suspicion, which at times can invade the humanest of hearts and wisest of heads. But enough. My object, sir, in calling your attention to this stock is by way of acknowledgment of your goodness. I but seek to be grateful. If my information leads to nothing, you must remember the motive." He bowed and finally retired, leaving Mr. Roberts not wholly without self-reproach, for having momentarily indulged injurious thoughts against one who, it was evident, was possessed of a self-respect which forbade his indulging them himself. Chapter 5. The man with the weed makes it an even question whether he be a great sage or a great simpleton. Well, there is sorrow in the world, but goodness too, and goodness that is not greenness either, no more than sorrow is. Dear good man, poor beating heart. It was the man with the weed not very long after quitting the merchant, murmuring to himself, with his hand to his side like one with the heart disease. Meditation over kindness received seemed to have softened him something too, it may be, beyond what might perhaps have been looked for from one whose unwonted self-respect in the hour of need and in the act of being aided might have appeared to some not wholly unlike pride out of place. And pride in any place is seldom very feeling. But the truth perhaps is that those who are least touched with that vice, besides being not unsusceptible to goodness, are sometimes the ones whom a ruling sense of propriety makes appear cold, if not thankless, under a favor. For at such a time to be full of warm, earnest words and heartfelt protestations, it is to create a scene. And well-bred people dislike few things more than that, which would seem to look as if the world did not relish earnestness. But not so, because the world, being earnest itself, likes an earnest scene and an earnest man very well, but only in their place, the stage. See what sad work they make of it, who, ignorant of this, flame out in Irish enthusiasm and with Irish sincerity to a benefactor, who, if a man of sense and respectability, as well as kindliness, can but more or less be annoyed by it, and, if of a nervously fastidious nature, as some are, may be led to think almost as much less favorably of the beneficiary paining him by his gratitude, as if he had been guilty of its contrary, instead of only an indiscretion. But beneficiaries who know better, though they may feel as much, if not more, neither inflict such pain nor are inclined to run any risk of so doing. And these, being wise, are the majority, by which one sees how inconsiderate those persons are, who, from the absence of its officious manifestations in the world, complain that there is not much gratitude extant, when the truth is that there is as much of it as there is of modesty. But, both being for the most part votarists of the shade, for the most part keep out of sight. What started this was, to account if necessary, for the changed air of the man with the weed, who throwing off in private the cold garb of decorum, and so giving warmly loose to his genuine heart, seemed almost transformed into another being. This subdued air of softness, too, was toned with melancholy unreserved, a thing which, however at variance with propriety, still the more attested his earnestness. For one knows not how it is, but it sometimes happens that where earnestness is, there also is melancholy. At the time he was leaning over the rail at the boat's side, in his pensiveness, unmindful of another pensive figure near. A young gentleman with a swan neck, wearing a ladylike open shirt collar thrown back and tied with a black ribbon. From a square, tableted brooch, curiously engraved with Greek characters, he seemed a collegian, not improbably a sophomore, on his travels, possibly his first. A small book, bound in Roman vellum, was in his hand. Overhearing his murmuring neighbor, the youth regarded him with some surprise, not to say interest. But singularly, for a collegian, being apparently of a retiring nature, he did not speak, when the other still more increased his diffidence by changing from soliloquy to colloquy, in a manner strangely mixed of familiarity and pathos. Who is this? You did not hear me, my young friend, did you? Why, you too look sad. My melancholy is not catching. Sir, stammered the other. Pray now, with a sort of sociable sorrowfulness, slowly sliding along the rail, pray now, my young friend, what volume have you there? Give me leave, gently drawing it from him. Tacitus. Then opening it at random, read, in general, a black and shameful period lies before me. Dear young sir, touching his arm alarmedly, don't read this book. It is poison, moral poison. Even were the truth in Tacitus, such truth would have the operation of falsity, and so still be poison, moral poison. Too well I know this Tacitus. In my college days he came near souring me into cynicism. Yes, I began to turn down my collar and go about with a disdainfully joyless expression. Sir, trust me now, young friend. Perhaps you think that Tacitus, like me, is only melancholy, but he's more, he's ugly. A vast difference, young sir, between the melancholy view and the ugly. The one may show the world still beautiful, not so the other. The one may be compatible with benevolence, the other not. The one may deepen insight, the other shallows it. Drop Tacitus. Phrenologically, my young friend, you would seem to have a well-developed head, and large, but cribbed within the ugly view, the Tacitus view. Your large brain, like your large ox in the contracted field, will but starve the more. And don't dream, as some of you students may, that by taking the same ugly view, the deeper meanings of the deeper books will so alone become revealed to you. Drop Tacitus. His subtlety is falsity. To him, in his double refined anatomy of human nature, is well applied the scripture saying, there is a subtle man, and the same is deceived. Drop Tacitus. Come now. Let me throw the book overboard. Sir, not a word. I know just what is in your mind, and that is just what I am speaking to. Yes, learn from me that though the sorrows of the world are great, its wickedness, that is, its ugliness, is small. Much cause to pity man, little to distrust him. I myself have known adversity, and know it still, but for that do I turn cynic? No, it is small beer that sours. To my fellow creatures I owe alleviations, so whatever I may have undergone, it but deepens my confidence in my kind. Now then, winningly, this book, will you let me drown it for you? Really, sir, I see. But of course, you read Tacitus in order to aid you in understanding human nature, as if truth was ever got at by libel. My young friend, if to know human nature is your object, drop Tacitus, and go north to the cemeteries of Auburn and Greenwood. Upon my word, nay, I foresee all that, but you carry Tacitus, that shallow Tacitus, and what do I carry? See, producing a pocket volume, Akenside, his pleasures of imagination. One of these days you will know it. Whatever our lot, we should read serene and cheery books, fit to inspire love and trust. But Tacitus, I have long been of opinion that these classics are the bane of colleges. For not to hint of the immorality of Ovid, Horace, Anacreon, and the rest, and the dangerous theology of Aeschylus and the others, where will one find views so injurious to human nature as in Thucydides, Juvenal, Lucian, and more particularly Tacitus? When I consider that ever since the revival of learning, these classics have been the favorites of successive generations of students and studious men, I tremble to think of that mass of unsuspected heresy on every vital topic, which for centuries must have simmered unsurmised in the heart of Christendom. But Tacitus, he is the most extraordinary example of a heretic. Not one iota of confidence in his kind. What a mockery that such an one should be reputed wise, and Thucydides be esteemed the statesman manual. But Tacitus, I hate Tacitus. Not, though, I trust, with the hate that sins, but a righteous hate. Without confidence himself, Tacitus destroys it in all his readers. Destroys confidence, paternal confidence, of which God knows that there is in this world none to spare. For comparatively inexperienced as you are, my dear young friend, did you never observe how little, very little, confidence there is? I mean between man and man, more particularly between stranger and stranger. In a sad world, it is the saddest fact. Confidence. I have sometimes almost thought that confidence is fled, that confidence is the new Astrea, immigrated, vanished, gone. Then softly sliding near, with the softest air, quivering down and looking up, could you now, my dear young sir, under such circumstances, by way of experiment, simply have confidence in me? From the outset, the sophomore, as he had been seen, had struggled with an ever-increasing embarrassment, arising, perhaps, from such strange remarks coming from a stranger, such persistent and prolonged remarks, too. In vain had he more than once sought to break the spell by venturing a deprecatory or leave-taking word. In vain, somehow, the stranger fascinated him. Little wonder then that, when the appeal came, he could hardly speak, but as before intimated, being apparently of a retiring nature, abruptly retired from the spot, leaving the chagrined stranger to wander away in the opposite direction. Chapter 6, at the outset of which certain passengers proved deaf to the call of charity. You, psh! Why will the captain suffer these begging fellows on board? These pettish words were breathed by a well-to-do gentleman in a ruby-colored velvet vest, and with a ruby-colored cheek, a ruby-headed cane in his hand, to a man in a grey coat and white tie, who shortly after the interview last described had accosted him for contributions to a widow and orphan asylum recently founded among the Seminoles. Upon a cursory view, this last person might have seemed, like the man with the weed, one of the less unrefined children of misfortune. But on a closer observation, his countenance revealed little of sorrow, though much of sanctity. With added words of touchy disgust, the well-to-do gentleman hurried away, but though repulsed and rudely, the man in grey did not reproach. For a time, patiently remaining in the chilly loneliness to which he had been left, his countenance, however, not without token of latent, though chastened reliance. At length an old gentleman, somewhat bulky, drew nigh, and from him also a contribution was sought. Look you, coming to a dead halt and scowling upon him, look you, swelling his bulk out before him like a swaying balloon. Look you, on others' behalf ask for money, you, a fellow with a face as long as my arm. Hark ye now, there is such a thing as gravity, and in condemned felons it may be genuine, but of long faces there are three sorts, that of grief's trudge, that of the lantern-jawed man, and that of the impostor. You know best which yours is. Heaven give you more charity, sir, and you less hypocrisy, sir. With which words the hard-hearted old gentleman marched off, while the others still stood forlorn. The young clergyman, before introduced, passing that way, catching a chance sight at him, seemed suddenly struck by some recollection, and after a moment's pause hurried up with, "Your pardon, but shortly since I was all over looking for you." "For me?" As marveling that one of so little account should be sought for. "Yes, for you. Do you know anything about the Negro, apparently a cripple, aboard here? Is he or is he not what he seems to be? Ah, poor Guinea, have you too been distrusted, upon whom nature has placarded the evidence of your claims? Then you do really know him, and he is quite worthy? It relieves me to hear it, much relieves me. Come, let us go find him and see what can be done. Another instance that confidence may come too late. I am sorry to say that at the last landing, I myself, just happening to catch sight of him on the gangway plank, assisted the cripple ashore. No time to talk, only to help. He may not have told you, but he has a brother in that vicinity. Really, I regret his going without my seeing him again. Regret it more, perhaps, than you can readily think. You see, shortly after leaving St. Louis, he was on the forecastle, and there, with many others, I saw him and put trust in him. So much so that, to convince those who did not, I, at his entreaty, went in search of you being one of several individuals he mentioned, and whose personal appearance he more or less described, individuals who he said would willingly speak for him. But after diligent search, not finding you and catching no glimpse of any of the others he had enumerated, doubts were at last suggested, but doubts indirectly originating, as I can but think, from prior distrust unfeelingly proclaimed by another. Still, certain it is, I began to suspect. A sort of laugh, more like a groan than a laugh, and yet somehow it seemed intended for a laugh. Both turned, and the young clergyman started at seeing the wooden-legged man close behind him, morosely grave as a criminal judge with a mustard plaster on his back. In the present case, the mustard plaster might have been the memory of certain recent biting rebuffs and mortifications. Wouldn't think it was I who laughed, would you? But who was it you laughed at, or rather tried to laugh at? Demanded the young clergyman, flushing. Me? Neither you nor anyone within 1,000 miles of you, but perhaps you don't believe it. If he were of a suspicious temper, he might not, interposed the man in grey calmly. It is one of the imbeciles of the suspicious person to fancy that every stranger, however absent-minded, he sees so much as smiling or gesturing to himself in any odd sort of way, is secretly making him his butt. In some moods, the movements of an entire street, as the suspicious man walks down it, will seem an express pantomimic jeer at him. In short, the suspicious man kicks himself with his own foot. Whoever can do that, 10 to 1, he saves the other folks sole leather, said the wooden-legged man with a crusty attempt at humor, but with augmented grin and squirm. Turning directly upon the young clergyman, you still think it was you I was laughing at just now. To prove your mistake, I will tell you what I was laughing at, a story I happened to call to mind just then. Whereupon, in his porcupine way, and with the sarcastic details, unpleasant to repeat, he related a story which might, perhaps, in a good-natured version, be rendered as followed. A certain Frenchman of New Orleans, an old man less slender in purse than limb, happening to attend the theater one evening, was so charmed with the character of a faithful wife, as there represented to the life, that nothing would do but he must marry upon it. So marry he did, a beautiful girl from Tennessee who had first attracted his attention by her liberal mold, and was subsequently recommended to him through her kin for her equally liberal education and disposition. Though large, the praise proved not too much, for ere long rumor more than corroborated it, by whispering that the lady was liberal to a fault. But though various circumstances, which by most Benedicts would have been deemed all but conclusive, were duly recited to the old Frenchman by his friends, yet such was his confidence that not a syllable would he credit, till, chancing one night to return unexpectedly from a journey, upon entering his apartment a stranger burst from the alcove. "Beggar," cried he, "now I begin to suspect." His story told, the wooden-legged man threw back his head and gave vent to a long, gasping, rasping sort of taunting cry, intolerable as that of a high-pressure engine jeering off steam, and that done with apparent satisfaction hobbled away. "Who is that scoffer?" said the man in grey, not without warmth. "Who is he? Who even were truth on his tongue? His way of speaking it would make truth almost offensive as falsehood. Who is he? He who I mentioned to you as having boasted his suspicion of the Negro, replied the young clergyman, recovering from disturbance. In short, the person to whom I ascribed the origin of my own distrust. He maintained that Guinea was some white scoundrel, betwisted and painted up for a decoy. Yes, these were his very words, I think. Impossible. He could not be so wrong-headed. Pray, will you call him back and let me ask him if he were really in earnest? The other complied, and at length, after no few surly objections, prevailed upon the one-legged individual to return for a moment, upon which the man in grey thus addressed him. This reverend gentleman tells me, sir, that a certain cripple, a poor Negro, is by you considered an ingenious impostor. Now, I am not unaware that there are some persons in this world who, unable to give better proof of being wise, take a strange delight in showing that they think they have sagaciously read in mankind and uncharitable suspicions of them. I hope you are not one of these. In short, would you tell me now whether you were not merely joking in the notion you threw out about the Negro? Would you be so kind? No, I won't be so kind. I'll be so cruel. As you please about that. Well, he's just what I said he was. A white masquerading as a black. Exactly. The man in grey glanced at the young clergyman a moment, then quietly whispered to him, I thought you represented your friend here as a very distrustful sort of person, but he appears endued with a singular credulity. Tell me, sir, do you really think that a white could look the Negro so? For one, I should call it pretty good acting. Not much better than any other man acts. How? Does all the world act? Am I, for instance, an actor? Is my reverend friend here, too, a performer? Yes, don't you both perform acts? To do is to act, so all doers are actors. You trifle. I ask again, if a white, how could he look the Negro so? Never saw the Negro minstrels, I suppose? Yes, but they are apt to overdo the ebony, exemplifying the old saying, not more than just charitable, that the devil is never so black as he is painted. But his limbs, if not a cripple, how could he twist his limbs so? How do other hypocritical beggars twist theirs? Easy enough to see how they are hoisted up. The sham is evident, then, to the discerning eye, with a horrible screw of his gimlet one. Well, where is Guinea? Said the man in grey. Where is he? Let us at once find him and refute beyond cavil this injurious hypothesis. Do so, cried the one-eyed man. I'm just in the humor now for having him found and leaving the streaks of these fingers on his paint, as the lion leaves the streaks of his nails on a caffrey. They wouldn't let me touch him before. Yes, find him. I'll make wool fly in him after. You forget, here said the young clergyman to the man in grey, that yourself helped poor Guinea ashore. So I did. How unfortunate. But look now, to the other, I think that without personal proof I can convince you of your mistake. For I put it to you, is it reasonable to suppose that a man with brains sufficient to act such a part as you say would take all that trouble and run all that hazard for the mere sake of a few paltry coppers, which, I hear, was all he got for his pains, if pains they were? That puts the case irrefutably, said the young clergyman, with a challenging glance towards the one-legged man. You two greenhorns, money, you think, is the sole motive to pains and hazard, deception and deviltry in this world. How much money did the devil make by gulling Eve? Whereupon he hobbled off again with a repetition of his intolerable jeer. The man in grey stood silently eyeing his retreat a while, and then turning to his companion said, A bad man, a dangerous man, a man to be put down in any Christian community. And this was he who was the means of begetting your distrust? Ah, we should shut our ears to distrust and keep them open only for its opposite. You advance a principle which, if I had acted upon it this morning, I should have spared myself what I now feel. That but one man, and he with one leg, should have such ill power given him, his one sour word leavening into congenial sourness, as to my own knowledge it did, the dispositions before sweet enough of a numerous company. But as I hinted, with me at the time his ill words went for nothing, the same as now, only afterwards they had effect, and I confess, this puzzles me. It should not. With humane minds, the spirit of distrust works something as certain potions do. It is a spirit which may enter such minds, and yet, for a time, longer or shorter, lie in them quiescent, but only the more deplorable its ultimate activity. An uncomfortable solution, for since that baneful man did but just now anew drop on me his bane, how shall I be sure that my present exemption from its effects will be lasting? You cannot be sure, but you can strive against it. How? By strangling the least symptom of distrust, of any sort, which hereafter, upon whatever provocation, may arise in you. I will do so. Then added, as in soliloquy, Indeed, indeed. I was to blame in standing passive under such influences as that one-legged man's. My conscience upbraids me, the poor Negro. You see him occasionally, perhaps? No, not often, though in a few days, as it happens, my engagements will call me to the neighborhood of his present retreat, and no doubt honest Guinea, who is a grateful soul, will come to see me there. Then you have been his benefactor. His benefactor? No, I did not say that. I have known him. Take this mite. Hand it to Guinea when you see him. Say it comes from one who has full belief in his honesty, and is sincerely sorry for having indulged, however transiently, in a contrary thought. I accept the trust. And by the way, since you are of this truly charitable nature, will you not turn away an appeal in behalf of the Seminole Widow and Orphan Asylum? I have not heard of that charity, but recently founded. After a pause, the clergyman was irresolutely putting his hand in his pocket when, caught by something in his companion's expression, he eyed him inquisitively, almost uneasily. Ah, well, smiled the other wanly, if that subtle bane we were speaking of but just now is so soon beginning to work, in vain my appeal to you. Goodbye. Nay, not untouched, you do me injustice. Instead of indulging present suspicions, I had rather make amends for previous ones. Here is something for your asylum. Not much, but every drop helps. Of course, you have papers? Of course, producing a memorandum book and pencil. Let me take down name and amount. We publish these names. Now, let me give you a little history of our asylum and the providential way in which it was started. Chapter 7. A Gentleman with Gold Sleeve Buttons. At an interesting point of the narration, and at the moment when, with much curiosity, indeed, urgency, the narrator was being particularly questioned upon that point, he was, as it happened, altogether diverted from both it and his story, by just then catching sight of a gentleman who had been standing in sight from the beginning, but, until now, as it seemed, without being observed by him. Pardon me, said he, rising, but yonder is one who I know will contribute, and largely. Don't take it amiss if I quit you. Go, duty before all things, was the conscientious reply. The stranger was a man of more than winsome aspect. There he stood apart and in repose, and yet by his mere look lured the man in grey from his story, much as, by its graciousness of bearing, some full-leaved elm, alone in a meadow, lures the noon sickleman to throw down his sheaves and come and apply for the alms of its shade. But, considering that goodness is no such rare thing among men, the world familiarly know the noun, a common one in every tongue. It was curious that what so signalized the stranger and made him look like a kind of foreigner among the crowd, as to some it make him appear more or less unreal in his portraiture, was but the expression of so prevalent a quality. Such goodness seemed his, allied with such fortune, that so far as his own personal experience could have gone, scarcely could he have known ill, physical or moral, and as for knowing or suspecting the latter in any serious degree, supposing such degree of it to be, by observation or philosophy. For that, probably, his nature, by its opposition, imperfectly qualified, or from it wholly exempted. For the rest, he might have been 55, perhaps 60, but tall, rosy, between plump and portly, with a primy, palmy air, and for the time and place, not to hint of his years, dressed with a strangely festive finish and elegance. The inner side of his coat skirts was of white satin, which might have looked especially inappropriate had it not seemed less a bit of mere tailoring than something of an emblem, as it were, an involuntary emblem. Let us say that what seemed so good about him was not all outside. No, the fine covering had a still finer lining. Upon one hand he wore a white kid glove, but the other hand, which was ungloved, looked hardly less white. Now, as the Fidel, like most steamboats, was upon deck, a little soot streaked here and there, especially about the railings, it was marvel how, under such circumstances, these hands retained their spotlessness. But if you watched them a while, you noticed that they avoided touching anything. You noticed, in short, that a certain Negro body servant, whose hands nature had dyed black, perhaps with the same purpose that millers wear white, this Negro servant's hands did most of his master's handling for him, having to do with dirt on his account, but not to his prejudices. But if with the same undefiledness of consequences to himself, a gentleman could also sin by deputy, how shocking would that be? But it is not permitted to be, and even if it were, no judicious moralist would make proclamation of it. This gentleman, therefore, there is reason to affirm, was one who, like the Hebrew governor, knew how to keep his hands clean, and who never in his life happened to run suddenly against by hurrying house painter or sweep. In a word, one whose very good luck it was to be a very good man. Not that he looked as if he were a kind of Wilberforce at all. That superior merit probably was not his. Nothing in his manner bespoke him righteous, but only good. And though to be good is much below being righteous, and though there is a difference between the two, yet not, it is to be hoped, so incompatible as that a righteous man cannot be a good man. Though, conversely, in the pulpit it has been with much cogency urged that a merely good man, that is, one good merely by his nature, is so far from their being righteous, that nothing short of a total change and conversion can make him so, which is something which no honest mind, well read in the history of righteousness, will care to deny. Nevertheless, since St. Paul himself, agreeing in a sense with the pulpit distinction, though not altogether in the pulpit deduction, and also pretty plainly intimating which of the two qualities in question enjoys his apostolic preference. I say, since St. Paul has so meaningly said that scarcely for a right man will one die, yet peradventure for a good man some would even dare to die. Therefore, when we repeat of this gentleman that he was only a good man, whatever else by severe censors may be objected to him, it is still to be hoped that his goodness will not at least be considered criminal in him. At all events, no man, not even a righteous man, would think it quite right to commit this gentleman to prison for the crime, extraordinary as he might deem it, more especially as until everything could be known, there would be some chance that the gentleman might after all be quite as innocent of it as he himself. It was pleasant to mark the good man's reception of the salute of the righteous man, that is the man in gray, his inferior, apparently not more in the social scale than in stature. Like the benign elm again, the good man seemed to wave the canopy of his goodness over that suitor, not in conceited condescension, but with that even amenity of true majesty, which can be kind to anyone without stooping to it. To the plea in behalf of the Seminole widows and orphans, the gentleman, after a question or two duly answered, responded by producing an ample pocketbook in the good old capacious style of fine green French morocco and workmanship, bound with silk of the same color, not to omit bills crisp with newness, fresh from the bank, no muckworm's grime upon them. Lucre those bills might be, but as yet having been kept unspotted from the world, not of the filthy sort. Placing now 3 of those virgin bills in the applicant's hands, he hoped that the smallness of the contribution would be pardoned. To tell the truth, and this at last accounted for his toilet, he was bound but a short run down the river, to attend in a festive grove the afternoon wedding of his niece, so did not carry much money with him. The other was about expressing his thanks when the gentleman, in his pleasant way, checked him. The gratitude was on the other side. To him, he said, charity was in one sense not an effort, but a luxury, against too great indulgence in which his steward, a humorist, had sometimes admonished him. In some general talk which followed, relative to organized modes of doing good, the gentleman expressed his regrets that so many benevolent societies as there were, here and there isolated in the land, should not act in concert by coming together. in the way that already in each society the individuals composing it had done, which would result, he thought, in like advantages upon a larger scale. Indeed, such a confederation might perhaps be attended with as happy results as politically attended that of the states. Upon his hitherto moderate enough companion, this suggestion had an effect illustrative, in a sort of that notion of Socrates that the soul is a harmony. For, as the sound of a flute in any particular key will, it is said, audibly affect the corresponding chord of any harp in good tune within hearing, just so now did some string in him respond, and with animation. Which animation, by the way, might seem more or less out of character in the man in grey, considering his unsprightly manner when first introduced, had he not already in certain colloquies given proof in some degrees of the fact that with certain natures a soberly continent air at times, so far from arguing emptiness of stuff, is good proof it is there, and plenty of it, because unwasted and may be used the more effectively too when opportunity offers. What now follows on the part of the man in grey will still further exemplify, perhaps somewhat strikingly, the truth, or what appears to be such, of this remark. "Sir," said he eagerly, "I am before you. A project, not dissimilar to yours, was by me thrown out of the World's Fair in London." "World's Fair? You there? Pray, how was that?" But first tell me, what took you to the fair?" "I went to exhibit an invalid's easy-chair I had invented." "Then you have not always been in the charity business? Is it not charity to ease human suffering? I am, and always have been, and I always will be, I trust, in the charity business, as you call it. But charity is not like a pen, one to make the head and the other to make the point. Charity is a work to which a good workman may be competent in all its branches. I invented my protean easy-chair in odd intervals stolen from meals and sleep." "You call it the protean easy-chair. Pray describe it." "My protean easy-chair is a chair so all over bejointed, behinged, and bepadded, every way so elastic, springy, and docile, to the airiest touch, that in some one of its endlessly changeable accommodations of back, seat, footboard, and arms, the most restless body, the body most racked, nay, I had almost added the most tormented conscience, must somehow and somewhere find rest. Believing that I owed it to suffering humanity to make known such a chair to the utmost, I scraped together my little means and off to the World's Fair with it." "You did right, but your scheme, how did you come to hit upon that?" "I was going to tell you. After seeing my invention duly catalogued and placed, I gave myself up to pondering the scene about me. As I dwelt upon that shining pageant of arts and moving concourse of nations, and reflected that here was the pride of the world glorying in a glass house, a sense of the fragility of worldly grandeur profoundly impressed me. And I said to myself, I will see if this occasion of vanity cannot supply a hint towards a better profit than was designed. Let some worldwide good to the worldwide cause be now done. In short, inspired by the scene on the fourth day, I issued at the World's Fair my prospectus of the world's charity." "Quite a thought, but pray explain it." "The world's charity is to be a society whose members shall comprise deputies from every charity and mission extant. The one object of the society to be the methodization of the world's benevolence, to which end the present system of voluntary and promiscuous contribution to be done away, and the society to be empowered by the various governments to levy, annually, one grand benevolence tax upon all mankind, as in Augustus Caesar's time, the whole world to come up to be taxed, a tax which, for the scheme of it, should be something like the income tax in England. A tax also, as before hinted, to be a consolidation tax of all possible benevolence taxes, as in America here, the state tax and the county tax and the town tax and the poll tax are by the assessors rolled into one. This tax, according to my tables, calculated with care, would result in the yearly raising of a fund little short of 800 millions, this fund to be annually applied to such objects and in such modes as the various charities and missions in General Congress represented might decree, whereby in 14 years, as I estimate, there would have been devoted to good works the sum of 11,200 millions, which would warrant the dissolution of the society, As that fund judiciously expended, not a pauper or heathen could remain round the world over. 11,200 millions, and all by passing round a hat, as it were. Yes, I am no foyer, the projector of an impossible scheme, but a philanthropist and a financier, setting forth a philanthropy and a finance which are practicable. Practicable. Yes, 11,200 millions. It will frighten none but a retail philanthropist. What is it but 800 millions for each of 14 years? Now, 800 millions, what is that, to average it, but $1 little a head for the population of the planet? And who will refuse? What Turk or Dayak even? His own little dollar, for sweet charity's sake? 800 millions. More than that sum is yearly expended by mankind, not only in vanities, but miseries. Consider that bloody spendthrift, war. And are mankind so stupid, so wicked, that upon the demonstration of these things they will not, amending their ways, devote their superfluities to blessing the world instead of cursing it? 800 millions. They have not to make it, it is theirs already. They have but to direct it from ill to good, and to this scarce a self-denial is demanded. Actually, they would not in the mass be 1 farthing the poorer for it, as certainly they would all be the better and happier, don't you see? But admit, as you must, that mankind is not mad, but my project is practicable. For what creature but a madman would not rather do good than ill, when it is plain that good or ill, it must return upon himself? Your sort of reasoning, said the good gentleman, adjusting his gold-sleeve buttons, seems all reasonable enough, but with mankind it won't do. Then mankind are not reasonable beings, if reason won't do with them. That is not the purpose. By the way, from the manner in which you alluded to the world census, it would appear that according to your worldwide scheme, the pauper, not less than the nabob, is to contribute to the relief of pauperism, and the heathen, not less than the Christian, to the conversion of heathenism. How is that? Why, that, pardon me, is quibbling. Now, no philanthropist likes to be opposed with quibbling. Well, I won't quibble any more, but after all, if I understand your project, there is little specially new in it, further than the magnifying of means now in operation. Magnifying and energizing. For one thing, missions I would thoroughly reform. Missions I would quicken with the Wall Street spirit. The Wall Street spirit? Yes, for if confessedly certain spiritual ends are to be gained but through the auxiliary agency of worldly means, then to the sure gaining of such spiritual ends, the example of worldly policy and worldly projects should not by spiritual projectors be slighted. In brief, the conversion of the heathen, so far at least as depending on human effort, would, by the world's charity, be let out on contract. So much by bid for converting India, so much for Borneo, so much for Africa. Competition allowed, stimulus would be given. There would be no lethargy of monopoly. We should have no mission house or tract house of which slanderers could, with any plausibility, say that it had degenerated in its clerkships into a sort of custom house. But the main point is the Archimedean money power that would be brought to bear. You mean the 800 million power? Yes, you see, this doing good to the world by driblets amounts to just nothing. I am for doing good to the world with a will. I am for doing good to the world once and for all, and having done with it. But do think, my dear sir, of the eddies and maelstroms of pagans in China. People here have no conception of it. Of a frosty morning in Hong Kong, pauper pagans are found dead in the streets, like so many nipped peas in a bin of peas. To be an immortal being in China is no more distinction than to be a snowflake in a snow squall. What are a score of two of missionaries to such people? A pinch of snuff to the kraken. I am for sending 10,000 missionaries in a body and converting the Chinese en masse within 6 months of the debarkation. The thing is then done and turned to something else. I fear you are too enthusiastic. A philanthropist is necessarily an enthusiast, for without enthusiasm, what was ever achieved but commonplace? But again, consider the poor in London. To that mob of misery, what is a joint here and a loaf there? I am for voting to them 20,000 bullocks and 100,000 barrels of flour to begin with. They are then comforted, and no more hunger for one while among the poor of London. And so all around. sharing the character of your general project. These things, I take it, are rather examples of wonders that were to be wished than wonders that will happen. And is the age of wonders past? Is the world too old? Is it barren? Think of Sarah. Then I am Abraham, reviling the angel, with a smile. But still, as to your design at large, there seems a certain audacity. But if to the audacity of the designs there be brought a commensurate circumspectness of execution, how then? Why, do you really believe that your world's charity will ever go into operation? I have confidence that it will. But may you not be overconfident. For a Christian to talk so. But think of the obstacles. Obstacles? I have confidence to remove obstacles, though mountains. Yes, confidence in the world's charity to that degree that, as no better person offers to supply the place, I have nominated myself provisional treasurer, and will be happy to receive subscriptions, for the present to be devoted to striking off 1,000,000 more of my prospectuses. The talk went on. The man in grey revealed a spirit of benevolence which, mindful of the millennial promise, had gone abroad over all the centuries of the globe, much as the diligent spirit of the husbandman, stirred by forethought of the coming seed time, leads him, in March reveries at his fireside, over every field of his farm. The master chord of the man in grey had been touched, and it seemed as if it would never cease vibrating. A not unsilvery tongue, too, was his, with gestures that were a Pentecost of added ones, and persuasiveness before which granite hearts might crumble into gravel. Strange, therefore, how this auditor, so singularly good-hearted as he seemed, remained proof to such eloquence, though not, as it turned out, to such pleadings. For after listening a while longer with pleasant incredulity, presently, as the boat touched his place of destination, the gentleman, with a look half humor, half pity, put another banknote into his hands, charitable to the last, if only to the dreams of enthusiasm. Chapter 8. A Charitable Lady. If a drunkard in a sober fit is the dullest of mortals, an enthusiast in a reason fit is not the most lively, and this without prejudice to his greatly improved understanding. For if his elation was the height of his madness, his despondency is but the extreme of his sanity. Something thus now, to all appearance, with the man in grey, society his stimulus, loneliness was his lethargy. Loneliness, like the sea breeze blowing off from 1,000 leagues of blankness, he did not find, as veteran solitaires do, if anything, too bracing. In short, left to himself, with none to charm forth his Latin lymphatic, he insensibly resumes his original air, a quiescent one, blended of sad humility and demureness. Ere long he goes laggingly into the ladies' saloon, as in spiritless quest of somebody, but, after some disappointed glances about him, seats himself upon a sofa, with an air of melancholy exhaustion and depression. At the sofa's further end sits a plump and pleasant person, whose aspect seems to hint that if she have any weak point, it must be anything rather than her excellent heart. From her twilight dress, neither dawn nor dark, apparently, she is a widow just breaking the chrysalis of her mourning. A small gilt testament is in her hand, which she has just been reading. Half relinquished, she holds the book in reverie, her finger inserted at the 13th of 1 Corinthians, to which chapter possibly her attention might have recently been turned by witnessing the scene of the monetary mute in his slate. The sacred page no longer meets her eye, but as at evening, when for a time the western hills shine on though the sun be set, her thoughtful face retains its tenderness, though the teacher is forgotten. Meantime, the expression of the stranger is such as ere long to attract her glance, but no responsive one. Presently, in her somewhat inquisitive survey, her volume drops. It is restored. No encroaching politeness in the act, but kindness unadorned. The eyes of the lady sparkle. Evidently, she is not now unprepossessed. Soon bending over, in a low, sad tone, full of deference, the stranger breathes. "Madame, pardon my freedom, but there is something in that face which strangely draws me. May I ask, are you a sister of the church?" "Why, really, you—" In concern for her embarrassment, he hastens to relieve it, but without seeming so to do. "It is very solitary for a brother here. eyeing the showy ladies brocketed in the background. I find none to mingle souls with. It may be wrong, I know it is, but I cannot force myself to be easy with the people of the world. I prefer the company, however silent, of a brother or sister in good standing. By the way, madame, may I ask if you have confidence? Really, sir? Why, sir, really, Could you put confidence in me, for instance? Really, sir, as one may wisely put in a stranger, an entire stranger, I had almost said, rejoined the lady, hardly yet at ease in her affability, drawing aside a little in body, while at the same time her heart might have been drawn as far the other way. A natural struggle between charity and prudence. Entire stranger, with a sigh. Ah, who would be a stranger? In vain I wander, no one will have confidence in me. You interest me, said the good lady in mild surprise. Can I in any way befriend you? No one can befriend me who has not confidence. But I have, at least to that degree. I mean that, nay, you have none at all. Pardon, I see it. No confidence. Fool, fond fool that I am to seek it. You are unjust, sir, rejoins the good lady with heightened interest, but it may be that something untoward in your experiences has unduly biased you. Not that I would cast reflections. Believe me, yes, I may say that you have confidence? Prove it. Let me have $20. $20? There, I told you, madam, you had no confidence. The lady was, in an extraordinary way, touched. She sat in a sort of restless torment, not knowing which way to turn. She began 20 different sentences, and left off at the first syllable of each. At last, in desperation, she hurried out. Tell me, sir, for what you want the $20. And did I not? Then glancing at her half-mourning, for the widow and the fatherless, I am a traveling agent of the Widow and Orphan Asylum, recently founded among the Seminoles. And why did you not tell me your object before? As not a little relieved. Poor souls, Indians too, those cruelly used Indians. Here. How could I hesitate? I am sorry it is no more. Grieve not for that, madam, rising and folding up the banknotes. This is a considerable sum, I admit, but, taking out his pencil and book, though I here but register the amount, there is another register, where is set down the motive. Goodbye, you have confidence. Yeah, you can say to me, as the apostle said to the Corinthians, I rejoice that I have confidence in you in all things. Chapter 9. Two businessmen transact a little business. Pray, sir, have you seen a gentleman with a weed hereabouts? Rather a saddish gentleman? Strange where he could have gone to. I was talking to him not 20 minutes since. By a brisk, ruddy-cheeked man in a tasseled traveling cap, carrying under his arm a ledger-like volume. The above words were addressed to the collegian before introduced, suddenly accosted by the rail to which not long after his retreat, in a previous chapter recounted, he had returned and there remained. Have you seen him, sir? Rallied from his apparent diffidence by the genial jauntiness of the stranger, the youth answered with unwonted promptitude. Yes, a person with a weed was here not long ago. Saddish? Yes, and a little cracked too, I should say. It was he. Misfortune, I fear, has disturbed his brain. Now quick, which way did he go? Why, just in the direction from which you came, the gangway yonder. Did he? Then the man in the grey coat, whom I just met, said right. He must have gone ashore. How unlucky. He stood vexedly twitching at his cap tassel, which fell over by his whisker, and continued. Well, I am very sorry. In fact, I had something for him here. Then drawing nearer, you see, he applied to me for relief. No, I do him injustice, not that. But he began to intimate, you understand. Well, being very busy just then, I declined, quite rudely too, in a cold, morose, unfeeling way, I fear. At all events, not 3 minutes afterwards, I felt self-reproach with a kind of prompting, very peremptory, to deliver over into that unfortunate man's hands a $10 bill. You smile. Yes, it may be superstition, but I can't help it. I have my weak side, thank God. Then again, he rapidly went on, we have been so very prosperous lately in our affairs. By we, I mean the Black Rapids Coal Company. That really, out of my abundance, associative and individual, it is but fair that a charitable investment or two should be made. Don't you think so? Sir, said the collegian, without the least embarrassment, do I understand that you are officially connected with the Black Rapids Coal Company? Yes, I happen to be president and transfer agent. You are? Yes, but what is it to you? You don't want to invest. Why, do you sell the stock? Some might be bought, perhaps, but why do you ask? You don't want to invest? But supposing I did, with cool self-collectedness, could you do up the thing for me, and here? Bless my soul, gazing at him in amaze. Really, you are quite a businessman. Positively, I feel afraid of you. Oh no, no need of that. You could sell me some of the stock then? I don't know. To be sure, there are a few shares under peculiar circumstances bought in by the company, but it would hardly be the thing to convert this boat into the company's office. I think you had better defer investing. So, with an indefinite air, you have seen the unfortunate man I spoke of? Let the unfortunate man go his ways. What is that large book you have there with you? My transfer book. I am subpoenaed with it to court. Black Rapids Coal Company, obliquely reading the gilt inscription on the back. I have heard much of it. Pray, do you happen to have with you any statement of the condition of your company? A statement has been lately printed. Pardon me, but I am naturally inquisitive. Have you a copy with you? I tell you again, I do not think it would be suitable to convert this boat into the company's office. That unfortunate man, did you relieve him at all? Let the unfortunate man relieve himself. Hand me the statement. Well, you are such a businessman. I can hardly deny you. Here, handing a small printed pamphlet. The youth turned it over sagely. I hate a suspicious man, said the other, observing him. But I must say I like to see a cautious one. I can gratify you there, languidly returning the pamphlet, for as I said before, I am naturally inquisitive. I am also circumspect. No appearances can deceive me. Your statement, he added, tells a very fine story, but pray, was not your stock a little heavy a while ago? Downward tendency? Sort of low spirits among holders on the subject of that stock? Yes, there was a depression. But how came it? Who devised it? The bears, sir. The depression of our stock was solely owing to the hypocritical growling of the bears. How? Hypocritical? Why, the most monstrous of all hypocrites are these bears. Hypocrites by inversion. Hypocrites in the simulation of things dark instead of bright. Souls that thrive, less upon depression than the fiction of depression. Professors of the wicked art of manufacturing depressions. Spurious Jeremiahs. Sham Heraclituses, who, by the lugubrious day done, return, like sham Lazaruses among the beggars, to make merry over the gains got by their pretended sore heads, scoundrelly bears. You are warm against these bears? If I am, it is less from the remembrance of their stratagems as to our stock, than from the persuasion that these same destroyers of confidence and gloomy philosophers of the stock market, though false in themselves, are yet true types of most destroyers of confidence and gloomy philosophers the world over. Fellows who, whether in stocks, politics, breadstuffs, morals, metaphysics, religion, be it what it may, trump up their black panics in the naturally quiet brightness, solely with the view of some sort of covert advantage. That corpse of calamity, which the gloomy philosopher parades, is but his good enough Morgan. I rather like that, knowingly drawled the youth. I fancy these gloomy souls as little as the next one. Sitting on my sofa after a champagne dinner, smoking my plantation cigar. If a gloomy fellow came to me, what a bore. You tell him it's all stuff, don't you? I tell him it ain't natural. I say to him, you are happy enough, and you know it. And everybody else is as happy as you, and you know that, too. And we shall all be happy after we are no more, and you know that, too. But no, you must still have your sulk. And do you know whence this sort of fellow gets his sulk? Not from life, for he's often too much of a recluse, or else too young to have seen anything of it. No, he gets it from some of those old plays he sees on the stage, or some of those old books he finds up in garrets. 10 to 1 he has lugged home from auction a musty old Seneca, and sets about stuffing himself with that stale old hay, and thereupon thinks it looks wise and antique to be a croaker, thinks it's taking a stand way above his kind. Just so, assented the youth. I've lived some, and I've seen a good many such ravens at second hand. By the way, strange how that man with the weed you were inquiring for seemed to take me for some soft sentimentalist, only because I kept quiet and thought, because I had a copy of Tacitus with me, that I was reading him for his gloom instead of his gossip. But I let him talk, and indeed, by my manner humored him. You shouldn't have done that, now. Unfortunate man, you must have made quite a fool of him. His own fault if I did, but I like prosperous fellows, comfortable fellows, fellows that talk comfortably and prosperously, like you. Such fellows are generally honest, and I say, now, I happen to have a superfluity in my pocket, and I'll just act the part of a brother to that unfortunate man. Let the unfortunate man be his own brother. What are you dragging him in for all the time? One would think you didn't care to register any transfers or dispose of any stock. Mind running on something else? I say I will invest. Stay, stay. Here come some uproarious fellows. This way, this way. And with offhand politeness, the man with the book escorted his companion into a private little haven, removed from the brawling swells without. Business transacted, the two came forth and walked the deck. Now tell me, sir, said he with the book, how comes it that a young gentleman like you, a sedate student at the first appearance, should dabble in stocks and that sort of thing? There are certain sophomorean errors in the world, drawled the sophomore, deliberately adjusting his shirt collar, not the least of which is the popular notion touching the nature of the modern scholar and the nature of the modern scholastic sedateness. So it seems, so it seems. Really, this is quite a new leaf in my experience. Experience, sir, originally observed the sophomore, is the only teacher. Hence am I your pupil. For it's only when experience speaks that I can endure to listen to speculation. My speculations, sir, dryly drawing himself up, have been chiefly governed by the maxim of Lord Bacon. I speculate in these philosophies which come home to my business and bosom. Pray, do you know of any other good stocks? You wouldn't like to be concerned in the New Jerusalem, would you? New Jerusalem? Yes, the new and thriving city so called in northern Minnesota. It was originally founded by certain fugitive Mormons, hence the name. It stands on the Mississippi. Here's the map. Producing a roll. There, you see, are the public buildings. Here is the landing, there the park, yonder, the Botanic Gardens, and this little dot here is a perpetual fountain, you understand. You observe there are 20 asterisks. Those are for the lyceums, and they have lignum vitae rostrums. And are all these buildings now standing? All standing, bona fide. These marginal squares here, are they the water lots? Water lots in the city of New Jerusalem. All terra firma. You don't seem to care about investing, though. Hardly think I should read my Tato clear, as the law students say, yawned the collegian. Prudent, you are prudent. Don't know that you are wholly out, either. At any rate, I would rather have one of your shares of coal stock than two of this other. Still, considering that the first settlement was by two fugitives who had swum over naked from the opposite shore, it's a surprising place. It is bona fide. But dear me, I must go. Oh, if by possibility you should come across that unfortunate man. In that case, with drawling impatience, I will send for the steward and have him and his misfortunes consigned overboard. Now, we're some gloomy philosopher here, some theological bear, forever taking occasion to growl down the stalk of human nature, with ulterior views, do you see, to a fat benefice in the gift for the worshippers of Arameus. He would pronounce that the sign of a hardening heart and a softening brain, yes, that would be his sinister construction, but it's nothing more than the oddity of a genial humor. Genial, but dry. Confess it. Goodbye. Chapter 10. in the cabin. Stools, settees, sofas, divans, ottomans. Occupying them are clusters of men old and young, wise and simple. In their hands are cards spotted with diamonds, spades, clubs, hearts. The favorite games are whist, cribbage, and brag. Lounging in armchairs or sauntering among the marble-topped tables, amused with the scene, are the comparatively few who, instead of having hands in the games, are, for the most part, keeping their hands in their pockets. These may be the philosophies. But here and there, with a curious expression, one is reading a small sort of handbill of anonymous poetry, rather wordily entitled Ode on the Intimations of Distrust in Man, unwillingly inferred from repeated repulses in disinterested endeavors to procure his confidence. On the floor are many copies, looking as if fluttered down from a balloon. The way they came there was this. A somewhat elderly person, in the Quaker dress, had quietly passed through the cabin, and much in the manner of those railway book peddlers who precede their proffers of sale by a distribution of puffs, direct or indirect, of the volumes to follow, had, without speaking, handed about the odes, which for the most part, after a cursory glance, had been disrespectfully tossed aside, as no doubt the moonstruck production of some wandering rhapsodist. In due time, book under arm, in trips the ruddy man with the traveling cap, who, lightly moving to and fro, looks animatedly about him, with a yearning sort of gratulatory affinity and longing, expressive of the very soul of sociality. As much to say, "Oh, boys, would that I were personally acquainted with each mother's son of you, since what a sweet world to make sweet acquaintance in is ours, my brothers. Yeah, and what dear, happy dogs are we all." And just as if he had really warbled it forth, he makes fraternally up to one lounging stranger or another, exchanging with him some pleasant remark. "Pray, what have you here?" he asked one of the newly accosted, a little dried-up man who looked as if he had never dined. "A little ode, rather queer too," was the reply, "of the same sort you see strewn on the floor here." "I did not observe them. Let me see," picking one up and looking it over. "Well now, this is pretty, plaintive, especially the opening. Alas for man, he hath small sense of genial trust and confidence. If it be so, alas for him, indeed, runs off very smoothly, sir. Beautiful pathos, but do you think the sentiment just?" "As to that," said the little dried-up man, "I think it a kind of queer thing altogether, and yet I am almost ashamed to add, it really has set me to thinking. Yes, and to feeling. Just now, somehow, I feel as it were trustful and genial. I don't know that I ever felt so much so before. I'm naturally numb in my sensibilities, but this ode, in its way, works on my numbness not unlike a sermon, which, by lamenting over my lying dead in trespasses and sins, thereby stirs me up to be all alive and well-doing. Glad to hear it, and hope you will do well, as the doctors say. But who snowed the odes about here?" "I cannot say. I have not been here long." "Wasn't an angel, was it? Come, you say you feel genial. Let us do as the rest and have cards." "Thank you. I never play cards." "A bottle of wine?" "Thank you. I never drink." "Cigars?" "Thank you. I never smoke cigars." "Tell stories?" "To speak truly, I hardly think I know one worth telling." "Seems to me, then, this geniality you say you feel waked in you is as water power in a land without mills. Come, you had better take a genial hand at the cards. To begin, we will play for as small a sum as you please, just enough to make it interesting." "Indeed, you must excuse me. Somehow I distrust cards." "What? Distrust cards? Genial cards? Then for once I join with our sad Philomel here. Alas for man, he hath small sense of genial trust and confidence. Goodbye." Sauntering and chatting here and there again, he with the book at length seems fatigued, looks around for a seat, and spying a partly vacant settee, draws up against the side, drops down there. Soon, like his chance neighbor, who happens to be the good merchant, becoming not a little interested in the scene more immediately before him, A party at whist. Two cream-faced, giddy, unpolished youths, the one in a red cravat, the other in a green, opposed to two bland, grave, handsome, self-possessed men of middle age, decorously dressed in a sort of professional black, and apparently doctors of some eminence in the civil law. By and by, after a preliminary scanning of the newcomer next him, the good merchant, sideways leaning over, whispers behind a crumpled copy of the ode which he holds, "Sir, I don't like the looks of those two, do you?" "Hardly," was the whispered reply. "Those colored cravats are not in the best taste, at least not to mine. But my taste is no rule for all." "You mistake. I mean the other two, and I don't refer to dress, but countenance. I confess I am not familiar with such gentry any further than reading about them in the papers, but those two are sharpers, ain't they?" "Far be from us the captious and fault-finding spirit, my dear sir." "Indeed, sir, I would not find fault. I'm a little given that way, but certainly, to say the least, these two youths can hardly be adepts, while the opposed couple may be even more. You would not hint that the colored cravats would be so bungling as to lose, and the dark cravats so dexterous as to cheat? Sour imaginations, my dear sir, dismiss them. To little purpose. Have you read the ode you have there? Years and experience, I trust, have not sophisticated you. A fresh and liberal construction would teach us to regard those four players, indeed, this whole cabinet, full of players, as playing at games in which every player plays fair, but not a player shall win." "Now, you hardly mean that, because games in which all may win, such games remain as yet in the world uninvented, I think." Come, come," luxuriously laying himself back and casting a free glance upon the players. "Fares all paid, digestion sound, care, toil, penury, grief, unknown. Lounging on this soda, with waistband relaxed, why not be cheerfully resigned to one's fate, nor peevishly pick holes in the blessed fate of the world?" Upon this, the good merchant, after staring long and hard, and then rubbing his forehead, fell into meditation, at first uneasy, but at last composed, and in the end once more addressed his companion. "Well, I see it's good to out with one's private thoughts now and then. Somehow, I don't know why, a certain misty suspiciousness seems inseparable from most of one's private notions about some men and some things. But once out with these misty notions, and their mere contact with other men's soon dissipates, or at least modifies them." "You think I have done you good, then?" "Maybe I have, but don't thank me, don't thank me. If by words, casually delivered in the social hour, I do any good to right or left, it is but involuntary influence, locust trees sweetening the herbage beneath it. No merit at all, mere wholesome accident, of a wholesome nature, don't you see?" Another stare from the good merchant, and both were silent again. Finding his book, hitherto resting on his lap, rather irksome there, the owner now places it edgewise on the settee, between himself and neighbor. In doing so, chancing to expose the lettering on the backs. Black Rapids Coal Company, which the good merchant, scrupulously honorable, had much ado to avoid reading, so directly would it have fallen under his eye had he not conscientiously averted it. On a sudden, as if just reminded of something, the stranger starts up, and moves away in his haste, leaving his book, which the merchant observing, without delay takes it up, and, hurrying after, civilly returns it, in which act he could not avoid catching sight, by an involuntary glance, of part of the lettering. Thank you, my good sir," said the other, receiving the volume, and was resuming his retreat when the merchant spoke. "Excuse me, but are you not in some way connected with the coal company I have heard of?" "There's more than one coal company that may be heard of, my good sir," smiled the other, pausing with an expression of painful impatience, disinterestedly mastered. "But you are connected with one in particular, the Black Rapids, are you not?" "How did you find that out?" "Well, sir, I have heard rather tempting information of your company." "Who was your informant, pray?" Somewhat coldly. A person by the name of Ringman." "Don't know him, but doubtless there are plenty who know our company, whom our company does not know. In the same way that one may know an individual, yet be unknown to him. Known this Ringman long? Old friend, I suppose? But pardon, I must leave you." "Stay, sir, that stock. Stock? Yes, it's a little irregular, perhaps, but dear me, you don't think of doing any business with me, do you? In my official capacity, I have not been authenticated to you. This transfer book now, holding it up so as to bring the lettering in sight, how do you know that it may not be a bogus one? And I, being personally a stranger to you, how can you have confidence in me? Because, knowingly smiled the good merchant, if you were other than I have confidence that you are, hardly would you challenge distrust that way. But you have not examined my book. What need to, if already I believe that it is what it is lettered to be? But you had better, it might suggest doubts. Doubts, maybe, it might suggest, but not knowledge. For how, by examining the book, should I think I knew any more than I now think I do, since if it be the true book, I think it so already. And since if it be otherwise, then I have never seen the true one, and don't know what that ought to look like. Your logic I will not criticize, but your confidence I admire. And earnestly, too, jocose as was the method I took to draw it out. Enough, we will go to yonder table, and if there be any business which, either in my private or official capacity, I can help you do, pray, command me. Chapter 11. Only a page or so. The transaction concluded, the two still remained seated, falling into familiar conversation, by degrees verging into that confidential sort of sympathetic silence, the last refinement and luxury of unaffected good feeling. A kind of social superstition, to suppose that to be truly friendly, one must be saying friendly words all the time, any more than be doing friendly deeds continually. True friendliness, like true religion, being in a sort independent of works. At length, the good merchant, whose eyes were pensively resting upon the gay tables in the distance, broke the spell by saying that, from the spectacle before them, one would little divine what other quarters of the boat might reveal. He cited the case, accidentally encountered but an hour or two previous, of a shrunken old miser, clad in shrunken old moleskin, stretched out, an invalid, on a bare plank in the emigrants' quarters, eagerly clinging to life and lucre, though the one was gasping for outlet, and about the other he was in torment lest death, or some other unprincipled cut-purse, should be the means of his losing it. By like feeble tenure, holding lungs and pouch, and yet knowing and desiring nothing beyond them, for his mind, never raised above mold, was now all but mouldered away. To such a degree, indeed, that he had no trust in anything, not even in his parchment bonds, which, the better to preserve from the tooth of time, he had packed down and sealed up, like brandy peaches in a 10 case of spirits. The worthy man proceeded at some length with these dispiriting particulars, nor would his cheery companion wholly deny that there might be a point of view from which such a case of extreme want of confidence might, to the humane mind, present features not altogether welcome as wine and olives after dinner. Still, he was not without compensatory considerations, and upon the whole took his companion to task for evincing what, in a good-natured roundabout way, he hinted to be at a somewhat jaundice sentimentality. Nature, he added, in Shakespeare's words, had meal and bran, and rightly regarded, the bran in its way was not to be condemned. The other was not disposed to question the justice of Shakespeare's thoughts, but would hardly admit the propriety of the application in this instance, much less of the comment. So after some further temperate discussion of the pitiable miser, finding that they could not entirely harmonize, the merchant cited another case, that of the Negro cripple. But his companion suggested whether the alleged hardships of that alleged unfortunate might not exist more in the pity of the observer than the experience of the observed. He knew nothing about the cripple, nor had seen him, but ventured to surmise that, could one but get at the real state of his heart, he would be found about as happy as most men, if not, in fact, full as happy as the speaker himself. He added that Negroes were by nature a singularly cheerful race. No one ever heard of a native-born African Zimmerman or Torquemada, that even from religion they dismissed all gloom. In their hilarious rituals they danced, so to speak, and as it were, cut pigeon wings. It was improbable, therefore, that a Negro, however reduced to his stumps by fortune, could ever be thrown off the legs of a laughing philosophy. Foiled again, the good merchant would not desist, but ventured still a third case, that of the man with the weed, whose story, as narrated by himself and confirmed and filled out by the testimony of a certain man in a grey coat, whom the merchant had afterwards met, he now proceeded to give. And that, without holding back those particulars disclosed by the second informant, but which delicacy had prevented the unfortunate man himself from touching upon. But as the good merchant could, perhaps, do better justice to the man than the story, we shall venture to tell it in other words than his, though not to any other effect. Chapter 12. Story of the Unfortunate Man, from which may be gathered whether or no he has been justly so entitled. It appeared that the unfortunate man had for a wife one of those natures anonymously vicious, which would almost tempt a metaphysical lover of our species to doubt whether the human form be, in all cases, conclusive evidence of humanity, whether, sometimes, it may not be a kind of unpledged and indifferent tabernacle, and whether once for all to crush the saying of Thracia, an unaccountable one, considering that he himself was so good a man, that he who hates vice hates humanity. It should not, in self-defense, be held for a reasonable maxim, that none but the good are human. Goneril was young, in person lithe and straight, too straight, indeed, for a woman, a complexion naturally rosy, and which would have been charmingly so, but for a certain hardness and bakedness, like that of the glazed colors of stoneware. Her hair was of a deep, rich chestnut, but worn in close, short curls all round her head. Her Indian figure was not without its impairing effect on her bust, while her mouth would have been pretty but for a trace of mustache. Upon the whole, aided by some resources of the toilet, her appearance at distance was such that some might have thought her, if anything, rather beautiful, though of a style of beauty rather peculiar and cactus-like. It was happy for Goneril that her more striking peculiarities were less of the person than of temper and taste. One hardly knows how to reveal that while having a natural antipathy to such things as the breast of chicken or custard or peach or grape, Goneril could yet in private make a satisfactory lunch on hard crackers and brawn of ham. She liked lemons, and the only kind of candy she loved were little dried sticks of blue clay, secretly carried in her pocket. Withal, she had hard, steady health like a squaw's, with as firm a spirit and resolution. Some other points about her were likewise such as to pertain to the women of savage life. Lithe though she was, she loved supineness, but upon occasion could endure like a stoic. She was taciturn, too. From early morning till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon she would seldom speak, it taking that time to thaw her, by all accounts, into but talking terms with humanity. During the interval she did little but look, and keep looking out of her large, metallic eyes, which her enemies called cold as a cuttlefish's, but which by her were esteemed gazelle-like, for Goneril was not without vanity. Those who thought they best knew her often wondered what happiness such a being could take in life, not considering the happiness which is to be had by some natures in the very easy way of simply causing pain to those around them. Those who suffered from Goneril's strange nature might, with one of those hyperboles to which the resentful incline, have pronounced her some kind of a toad. But her worst slanderers could never, with any show of justice, have accused her of being a toady. In a large sense, she possessed the virtue of independence of mind. Goneril held it flattery to hint praise even of the absent, and even if merited. But honestly, to fling people's imputed faults into their faces, this was thought malice. But it certainly was not passion. Passion is human. Like an icicle dagger, Goneril at once stabbed and froze, so at least they said. And when she saw frankness and innocence tyrannized into sad nervousness under her spell, according to the same authority, inly she chewed her blue clay, and you could mark that she chuckled. These peculiarities were strange and unpleasing, but another was alleged, one really incomprehensible. In company, she had a strange way of touching, as by accident, the arm or hand of comely young men, and seemed to reap a secret delight from it. But whether from the humane satisfaction of having given the evil touch, as it is called, or whether it was something else in her, not equally wonderful, but quite as deplorable, remained an enigma. Needless to say, what distress was the unfortunate man's when, engaged in conversation with company, he would suddenly perceive his Goneril bestowing her mysterious touches, especially in such cases where the strangeness of the thing seemed to strike upon the touched person, notwithstanding good breeding forbade his proposing the mystery on the spot as a subject of discussion for the company. In these cases, too, the unfortunate man could never endure so much as to look upon the touched young gentleman afterwards, fearful of the mortification of meeting in his countenance some kind of more or less quizzingly knowing expression. He would shudderingly shun the young gentleman, so that here, to the husband, Goneril's touch had the dread operation of the heathen taboo. Now Goneril brooked no chiding. So at favorable times, he, in a wary manner, and not indelicately, would venture in private interviews gently to make distant allusions to this questionable propensity. She divined him, but in her cold, loveless way, said it was witless to be telling one's dreams, especially foolish ones. But if the unfortunate man liked connubially to rejoice his soul with such chimeras, much connubial joy might they give him. All this was sad, a touching case, but all might perhaps have been borne by the unfortunate man, conscientiously mindful of his vow, for better or for worse, to love and cherish his dear Goneril so long as kind heaven might spare her to him. But when, after all that had happened, the devil of jealousy entered her, a calm, clay, cakey devil, for none other could possess her, and the object of that deranged jealousy, her own child, a little girl of 7, her father's consolation and pet. When he saw Goneril artfully torment the little innocent, and then play the maternal hypocrite with it, the unfortunate man's patient, long suffering gave way. Knowing that she would neither confess nor amend, and might, possibly, become even worse than she was, he thought it but duty as a father to withdraw the child from her. But, loving it as he did, he could not do so without accompanying it into domestic exile himself, which, hard though it was, he did. Whereupon the whole female neighborhood, who till now had little enough admired Dame Goneril, broke out in indignation against the husband who, without assigning a cause, could deliberately abandon the wife of his bosom, and sharpen the sting to her, too, by depriving her of the solace of retaining her offspring. To all this, self-respect, with Christian charity towards Goneril, long kept the unfortunate man dumb. And well had it been, had he continued so, for when driven to desperation, he hinted something of the truth to the case, not a soul would credit it, while for Goneril she pronounced all he said to be a malicious invention. Ere long, at the suggestion of some woman's rights women, the injured wife began a suit, and thanks to able counsel and accommodating testimony, succeeded in such a way as not only to recover custody of the child, but to get such a settlement awarded upon a separation as to make penniless the unfortunate man. So he averred. Besides, through the legal sympathy she enlisted, effecting a judicious blasting of his private reputation. What made it yet more lamentable was that the unfortunate man, thinking that before the court his wisest plan, as well as the most Christian besides, being, as he deemed, not at variance with the truth of the matter, would be to put forth the plea of the mental derangement of Goneril, which done he could, with less of mortification to himself and odium to her, reveal in self-defense those eccentricities which had led him to his retirement from the joys of wedlock, had much ado in the end to prevent this charge of derangement from fatally recoiling upon himself, especially when, among other things, he alleged her mysterious teachings. In vain did his counsel, striving to make out the derangement to be where, in fact, if anywhere, it was, urged that, to hold otherwise, to hold that such a being as Goneril was sane, this was constructively a libel upon womankind. Libel be it. and all ended by the unfortunate man subsequently getting wind of Goneril's intention to procure him to be permanently committed for a lunatic, upon which he fled, and was now an innocent outcast, wandering forlorn in the great valley of the Mississippi, with a weed on his hat for the loss of his Goneril, for he had lately seen by the papers that she was dead, and thought it but proper to comply with the prescribed form of mourning in such cases. For some days past he had been trying to get enough money to return to his child, and was but now started with inadequate funds. Now all of this, from the beginning, the good merchant could not but consider rather hard for the unfortunate man. Chapter 13. The man with the traveling cap evinces much humanity, and in a way which would seem to show him to be one of the most logical of optimists. Years ago, a grave American savant, being in London, observed at an evening party there a certain coxcombical fellow, as he thought, an absurd ribbon in his lapel, and full of smart persiflage, whisking about to the admiration of as many as were disposed to admire. Great was the savant's disdain, but chancing ere long to find himself in a corner with the jackanapes, got into conversation with him, when he was somewhat ill prepared for the good sense of the jackanapes, but was altogether thrown aback, upon subsequently being whispered by a friend that the jackanapes was almost as great a savant as himself, being no less a personage than Sir Humphrey Davy. The above anecdote is given just here by way of an anticipative reminder to such readers as, from the kind of jaunty levity or what may have passed for such, hitherto for the most part appearing in the man with the traveling cap, may have been tempted into a more or less hasty estimate of him. That such readers, when they find the same person, as they presently will, capable of philosophic and humanitarian discourse, no mere casual sentence or two, as heretofore at times, but solidly sustained throughout an almost entire sitting, that they may not, like the American savant, be thereupon betrayed into any surprise incompatible with their own good opinion of their previous penetration. The merchant's narration being ended, the other would not deny but that it did in some degree affect him. He hoped he was not without proper feeling for the unfortunate man, but he begged to know in what spirit he bore his alleged calamities. Did he despond or have confidence? The merchant did not, perhaps, take the exact import of the last member of the question, but answered that if whether the unfortunate man was becomingly resigned under his affliction or no was the point, he could say for him that resigned he was, and to an exemplary degree. For not only so far as known did he refrain from any one-sided reflections upon human goodness and human justice, but there was observable in him an air of chastened reliance, and at times tempered cheerfulness. Upon which the other observed that since the unfortunate man's alleged experience could not be deemed very conciliatory towards a view of human nature better than human nature was, it largely redounded to his fair-mindedness as well as piety, that under the alleged dissuasives, apparently so, from philanthropy, he had not, in a moment of excitement, been warped over to the ranks of the misanthropes. He doubted not, also, that with such a man his experience would, in the end, act by a complete and beneficent aversion, and so far from shaking his confidence in his kind, confirm it and rivet it, which would the more surely be the case did he, the unfortunate man, at last become satisfied, as sooner or later he probably would be, that in the distraction of his mind his Goneril had not in all respects had fair play. At all events, the description of the lady, Charity, could not but regard as more or less exaggerated and so far unjust. The truth probably was that she was a wife with some blemishes mixed with some beauties, but when the blemishes were displayed, her husband, no adept in the female nature, had tried to use reason with her instead of something far more persuasive. Hence, his failure to convince and convert. The act of withdrawing from her seemed, under the circumstances, abrupt. In brief, there were probably small faults on both sides, more than balanced by large virtues, and one should not be so hasty in judging. When the merchant, strange to say, opposed views so calm and impartial, and again with some warmth deplored the case of the unfortunate man. His companion, not without seriousness, checked him, saying that this would never do. That, though but in the most exceptional case to admit the existence of unmerited misery, more particularly if alleged to have been brought about by unhindered arts of the wicked, such an admission was, to say the least, not prudent, since with some it might unfavorably bias their most important persuasions. Not that those persuasions were legitimately servile to the influences, because since the most common occurrences of life could never, in the nature of things, steadily look one way and tell one story, as flags in the trade wind. Hence, if the conviction of a providence, for instance, were in any way made dependent upon such variabilities as everyday events, the degree of that conviction would, in thinking minds, be subject to fluctuations akin to those of the stock exchange during a long and uncertain war. Here he glanced aside at his transfer book, and after a moment's pause continued. It was of the essence of a right conviction of the divine nature, as with a right conviction of the human, that based less on experience than intuition, it rose above the zones of weather. When now the merchant with all his heart coincided with this, as being a sensible as well as religious person, he could not but do. His companion expressed satisfaction that, in an age of some distrust on such subjects, he could yet meet with one who shared with him, almost to the full, so sound and sublime a confidence. Still, he was so far from the illiberality of denying that philosophy duly bounded was not permissible, only he deemed it at least desirable that when such a case as that alleged of the unfortunate man was made upon the subject of philosophic discussion, it should be so philosophized upon, as not to afford handles to those unblessed with the true light. For but to grant that there was so much as a mystery about the case, might by those persons be held for a tacit surrender of the question. And as for the apparent license, temporarily permitted sometimes to the bad over the good, as was by implication alleged with regard to Goneril and the unfortunate man, it might be unjudicious there to lay too much polemic stress upon the doctrine of future retribution as the vindication of present impunity. For though indeed to the right-minded that doctrine was true and of sufficient solace, yet with the perverse the polemic mention of it might but provoke the shallow, though mischievous conceit, that such a doctrine was but tantamount to the one which should affirm that providence was not now but was going to be. In short, with all sorts of cavilers, it was best, both for them and everybody, that whoever had the true light should stick behind the secure Malakoff of confidence, nor be tempted forth to hazardous skirmishes on the open ground of reason. Therefore, he deemed it unadvisable in the good man, even in the privacy of his own mind, or in communion with a congenial one, to indulge in too much latitude of philosophizing, or indeed of compassionating, since this might beget an indiscreet habit of thinking and feeling which might unexpectedly betray him upon unsuitable occasions. Indeed, whether in private or public, there was nothing which a good man was more bound to guard himself against than, on some topics, the emotional unreserve of his natural heart. For that the natural heart, in certain points, was not what it might be, men had been authoritatively admonished. But he thought he might be getting dry. The merchant, in his good nature, thought otherwise, and said that he would be glad to refresh himself with such fruit all day. It was sitting under a ripe pulpit, and better such a seat than under a ripe peach tree. The other was pleased to find that he had not, as he feared, been prosing, but would rather not be considered in the formal light of a preacher. He preferred being still received in that of the equal and genial companion, to which end, throwing still more of sociability into his manner, he again reverted to the unfortunate man. Take the very worst view of that case. Admit that his Goneril was, indeed, a Goneril. How fortunate to be at last rid of this Goneril, both by nature and by law. If he were acquainted with the unfortunate man, instead of condoling with him, he would congratulate him. Great good fortune had this unfortunate man. Lucky dog, he dared say, after all. To which the merchant replied that he earnestly hoped it might be so, and at any rate that he tried his best to comfort himself with the persuasion that if the unfortunate man was not happy in this world, he would at least be so in another. His companion made no question of the unfortunate man's happiness in both worlds, and presently, calling for some champagne, invited the merchant to partake, upon the playful plea that whatever notions other than felicitous ones he might associate with the unfortunate man, a little champagne would readily bubble away. At intervals, they slowly quaffed several glasses in silence and thoughtfulness. At last, the merchant's expressive face flushed, his eye moistly beamed, his lips trembled with an imaginative and feminine sensibility. Without sending a single fume to his head, the wine seemed to shoot to his heart and begin soothsaying there. "Ah," he cried, pushing his glass from him, "ah, wine is good and confidence is good. But can wine or confidence percolate down through all the stony strata of hard considerations and drop warmly and ruddily into the cold cave of truth? Truth will not be comforted. Led by dear charity, lured by sweet hope, fond fancy essays this feat, but in vain. Mere dreams and ideals, they explode in your hand, leaving naught but the scorching behind." Why? In amaze at the burst, "Bless me, if in vino veritas be a true saying, then for all the fine confidence you professed with me just now, distrust, deep distrust underlies it, and 10,000 strong, like the Irish rebellion, breaks out in you now. That wine, good wine, should do it. Upon my soul," half seriously, half humorously, securing the bottle, "you shall drink no more of it. Wine was meant to gladden the heart, not grieve it, to heighten confidence, not depress it." Sobered, shamed, all but confounded by this raillery, the most telling rebuke under such circumstances, the merchant stared about him, and then with altered mien stammeringly confessed that he was almost as much surprised as his companion at what had escaped him. He did not understand it, was quite at a loss to account for such a rhapsody popping out of him unbidden. It could hardly be the champagne. He felt his brain unaffected. In fact, if anything, the wine had acted upon it something like white of egg in coffee, clarifying and brightening. Brightening it may be, but less the white of egg in coffee than like stove luster on a stove. Black, brightening seriously, I repent calling for the champagne. To a temperament like yours, champagne is not to be recommended. Pray, my dear sir, do you feel quite yourself again? Confidence restored?" "I hope so. I think I may say it is so, but we have had a long talk, and I think I must retire now." So saying, the merchant rose, and making his adieus, left the table with the air of one mortified at having been tempted by his own honest goodness, accidentally stimulated into making mad disclosures to himself as to another of the queer, unaccountable caprices of his natural heart. Chapter 14. Worth the consideration of those to whom it may prove worth considering. As the last chapter was begun with a reminder looking forwards, so the present must consist of one glancing backwards. To some it may raise a degree of surprise that one so full of confidence, as the merchant has throughout shown himself up to the moment of his late sudden impulsiveness, should, in that instance, have betrayed such a depth of discontent. He may be thought inconsistent, and even so he is, but for this is the author to be blamed. True, it may be urged that there is nothing a writer of fiction should more carefully see to, as there is nothing a sensible reader will more carefully look for, than that in the depiction of any character, its consistency should be preserved. But this, though at first blush, seeming reasonable enough, may, upon a closer view, prove not so much so. For how does it couple with another requirement, equally insisted upon, perhaps, that while to all fiction is allowed some play of invention, yet fiction based on fact should never be contradictory towards it? And is it not a fact that in real life a consistent character is a rara avis? Which being so, the distaste of readers to the contrary sort in books can hardly arise from any sense of their untrueness. It may rather be from perplexity as to understanding them. But if the acutest sage be often at his wit's end to understand living character, shall those who are not sages expect to run and read character in those mere phantoms which flit along a page like shadows along a wall? That fiction, where every character can, by reason of its consistency, be comprehended at a glance, either exhibits but sections of character, making them appear for wholes, or else is very untrue to reality. While, on the other hand, that author who draws a character, even though to common view incongruous in its parts as the flying squirrel, and at different periods, as much at variance with itself as the butterfly is with the caterpillar into which it changes, may yet in doing so be not false but faithful to facts. If reason be judged, no writer has produced such inconsistent characters as nature herself has. It must call for no small sagacity in a reader unerringly to discriminate in a novel between the inconsistencies of conception and those of life as elsewhere. Experience is the only guide here, but as no one man can be coextensive with what is, it may be unwise in every ease to rest upon it. When the duck-billed beaver of Australia was first brought stuffed to England, the naturalists, appealing to their classifications, maintained that there was, in reality, no such creature. The bill in the specimens must needs be, in some way, artificially stuck on. But let nature, to the perplexity of the naturalists, produce her duck-billed beavers as she may. Lesser authors, some may hold, have no business to be perplexing readers with duck-billed characters. Always they should represent human nature not in obscurity, but transparency, which indeed is the practice with most novelists, and is, perhaps in certain cases, some way felt to be a kind of honor rendered by them to their kind. But whether it involve honor, or otherwise might be mooted, considering that if these waters of human nature can be so readily seen through, it may be either that they are very pure or very shallow. Upon the whole, it might rather be thought that he, who in view of its inconsistencies, says of human nature the same that, in view of its contrasts, is said of the divine nature, that it is past finding out, thereby evinces a better appreciation of it than he who, by always representing it in a clear light, leaves it to be inferred that he clearly knows all about it. But though there is a prejudice against the inconsistent characters in books, yet the prejudice bears the other way, when what seemed at first their inconsistency, afterwards, by the skill of the writer, turns out to be their good keeping. The great masters excel in nothing so much as in this very particular. They challenge astonishment at the tangled web of some character, and then raise admiration still greater at their satisfactory unraveling of it. In this way, throwing open, sometimes to the understanding even of school misses, the last complications of that spirit which is affirmed by its creator to be fearfully and wonderfully made. At least, something like this is claimed for certain psychological novelists, nor will the claim here be disputed. Yet, as touching this point, it may prove suggestive that all those sallies of ingenuity, having for their ends the revelation of human nature on fixed principles, have, by the best judges, been excluded with contempt from the ranks of the sciences, palmistry, physiognomy, phrenology, psychology. Likewise, the fact that in all ages such conflicting views have, by the most eminent minds, been taken of mankind, would, as with other topics, seem some presumption of a pretty general and pretty thorough ignorance of it, which may appear the less improbable if it be considered that after poring over the best novels professing to portray human nature, the studious youth will still run risk of being too often at fault upon actually entering the world, whereas had he been furnished with a true delineation, it ought to fare with him something as with a stranger entering, map in hand, Boston town. The streets may be very crooked, he may often pause, but thanks to his true map he does not hopelessly lose his way. Nor to this comparison can it be an adequate objection that the twistings of the town are always the same, and those of human nature subject to variation. The grand points of human nature are the same today they were 1,000 years ago. The only variability in them is in the expression, not in feature. But as in spite of seeming discouragement, some mathematicians are yet in hopes of hitting upon an exact method of determining the longitude, the more earnest psychologists may, in the face of previous failures, still cherish expectations with regard to some mode of infallibly discovering the heart of man. But enough has been said by way of apology for whatever may have seemed amiss or obscure in the character of the merchant, so nothing remains but to turn to our comedy, or rather, to pass from the comedy of thought to that of action. Chapter 15. An old miser, upon suitable representations, is prevailed upon to venture an investment. The merchant having withdrawn, the other remains seated alone for a time, with an air of one who, after having conversed with some excellent man, carefully ponders what fell from him. However intellectually inferior it may be, that none of the profit may be lost. Happy if from any honest word he has heard, he can derive some hint, which, besides confirming him in the theory of virtue, may likewise serve for a finger-post to virtuous action. Ere long his eye brightened, as if some such hint was now caught. He rises, book in hand, quits the cabin, and enters upon a sort of corridor, narrow and dim, a byway to a retreat less ornate and cheery than the former. In short, the immigrants' quarters, but which, owing to the present trip being a downriver one, will doubtless be found comparatively tenantless. Owing to obstructions against the side windows, the whole place is dim and dusky, very much so for the most part, yet, by starts, haggardly lit here and there by narrow, capricious skylights in the cornices. But there would seem no special need for light, the place being designed more to pass the night in than the day. In brief, a pine baron's dormitory, of knotty pine bunks without bedding. As with the nests in the geometrical towns of the associate penguin and pelican, these bunks were disposed with Philadelphian regularity. But like the cradle of the oriole, they were pendulous, and moreover were, so to speak, 3-story cradles, the description of one of which will suffice for all. 4 ropes, secured to the ceiling, passed downwards through auger holes bored in the corners of 3 rough planks, which at equal distances rested on knots vertically tied in the ropes, the lowermost plank but an inch or 2 from the floor, the whole affair resembling, on a large scale, rope bookshelves. Only instead of hanging firmly against a wall, they swayed to and fro at the least suggestion of motion, but were more especially lively upon the provocation of a green immigrant sprawling into one and trying to lay himself out there, when the cradling would be such as almost to toss him back whence he came. In consequence, one less inexperienced, essaying repose on the uppermost shelf, was liable to serious disturbance, should a raw beginner select the shelf beneath. Sometimes a throng of poor immigrants, coming at night in a sudden rain to occupy these oriole nests, would, through ignorance of their peculiarity, bring about such a rocking uproar of carpentry, joining to it such an uproar of exclamations, that it seemed as if some luckless ship with all its crew was being dashed to pieces among the rocks. They were beds devised by some sardonic foe of poor travelers, to deprive them of that tranquility which should precede, as well as accompany, slumber. Procrustean beds, on whose hard grain humble worth and honesty writhed, still invoking repose, while but torment responded. Ah, did anyone make such a bunk for himself, instead of having it made for him? It might be just, but how cruel, to say, you must lie on it. But purgatory as the place would appear, the stranger advances into it, and like Orpheus in his gay descent to Tartarus, lightly hums to himself an opera snatch. Suddenly, there is a rustling, then a creaking. One of the cradles swings out from a murky nook. A sort of wasted penguin flipper is supplicatingly put forth, while a wail like that of Dives is heard. "Water! Water!" It was the miser of whom the merchant had spoken. Swift as a sister of charity, the stranger hovers over him. "My poor, poor sir, what can I do for you?" Ugh, water!" Darting out, he procures a glass, returns, and holding it to the sufferer's lips, supports his head while he drinks. "And did they let you lie here, my poor sir, racked with this parching thirst?" The miser, a lean old man whose flesh seemed salted codfish, dry as combustibles, head like one whittled by an idiot out of a knot, flat, bony mouth, nipped between buzzard nose and chin, expression flitting between hunks and imbecile. Now one, now the other. He made no response. His eyes were closed. His cheeks lay upon an old white moleskin coat, rolled under his head like a wizened apple upon a grimy snowbank. Revived at last, he inclined towards his ministrant, and in a voice disastrous with a cough said, "I am old and miserable, a poor beggar, not worth a shoestring. How can I repay you?" "By giving me your confidence." "Confidence," he squeaked, with changed manner, while the pallet swung. "Little left at my age, but take the stale remains, and welcome." "Such as it is, though you give it." "Very good. Now give me $100. Upon this, the miser was all panic. His hand groped towards his waist, then suddenly flew upward beneath his moleskin pillow, and there lay clutching something out of sight. Meantime, to himself, he incoherently mumbled, "Confidence? Can't gammon? Confidence? Bubble. Confidence. Fetch. Gouge. $100? 100 devils." Half spent, he lay mute a while, then feebly raising himself, in a voice for the moment made strong by the sarcasm, said, $100? Rather high price to put upon confidence, but don't you see I am a poor old rat here, dying in the wainscot? You have served me, but, wretch that I am, I can but cough you my thanks. By this time the cough was so violent that its convulsions were imparted to the plank, which swung about him like a stone in a sling, preparatory to its being hurled. What a shocking cough! I wish, my friend, the herb doctor was here now. A box of his omnibalsamic reinvigorator would do you good. I've a good mind to go find him. He's aboard somewhere. I saw his long snuff-colored surtout. Trust me, his medicines are the best in the world. Oh, how sorry I am. No doubt of it, squeaked the other again. But go, get your charity out on deck. They parade the pursy peacocks. They don't cough down here, in desertion and darkness, like poor old me. Look how scaly a pauper I am, Clove with his churchyard cough. Again, how sorry I feel, not only for your cough, but for your poverty. Such a rare chance made unavailable. Did you have but the sum named, how I could invest it for you? Treble profits. But confidence, I fear that even had you the precious cash, you would not have the more precious confidence I speak of. Flightily raising himself, what's that? How? Then you don't want the money for yourself. My dear sir, how could you impute to me such a preposterous self-seeking? To solicit out of hand for my private behoof $100 from a perfect stranger. I am not mad, my dear sir. How? Still more bewildered. Do you, then, go about the world, gratis, seeking to invest people's money for them? My humble profession, sir. I live not for myself, but the world will not have confidence in me, and yet confidence in me were great gain. But, in a kind of vertigo, what do you do with people's money? How is the gain made? To tell that would ruin me. That known, everyone would be going into the business, and it would be overdone. A secret, a mystery. All I have to do with you is to receive your confidence, and all you have to do with me is, in due time, to receive it back, thrice paid in trebling profits. What? Imbecility in the ascendant once more. But the vouchers. Suddenly hunkish again. Honesty's best voucher is honesty's face. Can't see yours, though, peering through the obscurity. From this last alternating flicker of rationality, the miser fell back, sputtering into his previous gibberish, but it took now an arithmetical turn. Eyes closed, he lay muttering to himself. 100, 200, 300. He opened his eyes, feebly stared, and still more feebly said, It's a little dim here, ain't it? But as well as my poor old eyes can see, you look honest. I'm glad to hear that. If If now I should put, trying to raise himself, but vainly, excitement having all but exhausted him, if now I should put, no ifs, downright confidence or none, so help me heaven, I will have no half confidences. He said it with an indifferent and superior air, and seemed moving to go. Don't leave me, friend. Bear with me. Age can't help some mistrust. It can't, friend, it can't. Oh, I'm so old and miserable. I ought to have a guardian. Tell me if? No more. Stay. How soon would my money be trebled? How soon, friend? You won't confide. Goodbye. Stay. Falling back now like an infant. I confide. Help, friend, my distrust. From an old buckskin pouch, tremulously dragged forth 10 hoarded eagles, tarnished into the appearance of 10 old horn buttons, were taken and half eagerly, half reluctantly offered. I know not whether I should accept this slack confidence, said the other coldly, receiving the gold, but an 11th hour confidence, a sick-bed confidence, a distempered, deathbed confidence, after all. Give me the healthy confidence of healthy men with their healthy wits about them. But let that pass. All right, goodbye. Nay, back, receipt, my receipt. Who are you? What have I done? Where go you? My gold! But unluckily, for this final flicker of reason, the stranger was now beyond earshot, nor was anyone else within hearing of so feeble a call. Chapter 16. A sick man, after some impatience, is induced to become a patient. The sky slides into blue, the bluffs into bloom, the rapid Mississippi expands, runs sparkling and gurgling, all over in eddies. One magnified wake of a 74, the sun comes out, a golden huzzar, from his tent, flashing his helm on the world. All things, warmed in the landscape, leap. Speeds the dædal boat as a dream. But withdrawn in a corner, wrapped about in a shawl, sits an unparticipating man, visited but not warmed by the sun. A plant whose hour seems over, while buds are blowing and seeds are astir. On a stool at his left sits a stranger in a snuff-colored surtout, the collar thrown back. His hand waving in persuasive gesture, his eye beaming with hope, but not easily may hope be awakened in one long tranced into hopelessness by a chronic complaint. To some remark, the sick man, by word or look, seemed to have just made an impatiently querulous answer, when with a deprecatory air the other resumed, Nay, think not I seek to cry upon my treatment by crying down that of others, and yet when one is confident he has truth on his side, and that is not on the other. It is no very easy thing to be charitable. Not that temper is the bar, but conscience, for charity would beget toleration, you know, which is a kind of implied permitting, and in effect, a kind of countenancing. And that which is countenanced is so far furthered, but should untruth be furthered? Still, while for the world's good I refuse to further the cause of these mineral doctors, I would fain regard them, not as willful wrongdoers, but good Samaritans erring. And is this, I put it to you, sir, is this the view of an arrogant rival and pretender? His physical power all dribbled and gone, the sick man replied not by voice or by gesture, but, with feeble dumb show of his face, seemed to be saying, Pray leave me. Who was ever cured by talk? But the other, as if not unused to make allowances for such despondency, proceeded, and kindly, yet firmly. You tell me that by advice of an eminent physiologist in Louisville, you took tincture of iron. For what? To restore your lost energy. And how? Why, in healthy subjects, iron is naturally found in the blood, and iron in bar is strong. Ergo, iron is the source of animal invigoration, but you seem deficient in vigor. It follows that the cause is deficiency of iron. Iron then must be put into you, and so your tincture. Now, as to the theory here, I am mute, but in modesty assuming its truth, and then, as a plain man viewing that theory in practice, I would respectfully question your eminent physiologist. Sir, I would say, though by natural processes, lifeless natures taken as nutriment are become vitalized, yet is a lifeless nature, under any circumstances, capable of a living transmission with all its qualities as a lifeless nature unchanged? If, sir, nothing can be incorporated with the living body but by assimilation, and if that implies the conversation of one thing to a different thing, as in a lamp, oil is assimilated into flame, is it, in this view, likely that by banqueting on fat, Calvin Edson will fatten? That is, will what is fat on the board prove fat on the bones? If it will, then, sir, what is iron in the vial will prove iron in the veins. Seems that conclusion too confident? But the sick man again turned his dumb show look, as much as to say, Pray, leave me. Why with painful words hint the vanity of that which the pains of this body have too painfully proved? But the other, as if unobservant of that querulous look, went on. But this notion that science can play farmer to the flesh, making there what living soil it pleases, seems not so strange as that other conceit, that science is nowadays so expert that in consumptive cases as yours it can, by prescription of the inhalation of certain vapors, achieve the sublimest act of omnipotence, breathing into all but lifeless dust the breath of life. For did you not tell me, my poor sir, that by order of the great chemist in Baltimore, for 3 weeks you were never driven out without a respirator, and for a given time of every day sat bolstered up in a sort of gasometer, inspiring vapors generated by the burning of drugs? As if this concocted atmosphere of man were an antidote to the poison of God's natural air. Oh, who can wonder at that old reproach against science, that it is atheistical? And here is my prime reason for opposing these chemical practitioners, who have sought out so many inventions. For what do their inventions indicate, unless it be that kind and degree of pride in human skill, which seems scarce compatible with reverential dependence upon the power above? Try to rid my mind of it as I may, yet still these chemical practitioners with their tinctures and fumes and braziers and occult incantations seem to me like thorough vain sorcerers trying to beat down the will of heaven. Day and night in all charity I intercede for them, that heaven may not in its own language be provoked to anger with their inventions, may not take vengeance in their inventions. 1,000 pities that you should ever have been in the hands of these Egyptians. But again came nothing but the dumb show look, as much to say, Pray, leave me. Quacks and indignation against quacks both are vain. But once more the other went on. How different we herb doctors, who claim nothing, invent nothing, but staff in hand, in glades and upon hillsides, go about in nature humbly seeking her cures. True Indian doctors, though not learned in names, we are not unfamiliar with essences, successors of Solomon the Wise, who knew all vegetables, from the cedar of Lebanon to the hyssop on the wall. Yes, Solomon was the first of herb doctors. Nor were their virtues herbs unhonored by yet older ages. Is it not writ that on a moonlit night Medea gathered the enchanted herbs that did renew old Aeson? Ah, would you but have confidence, you should be the new Aeson, and I your Medea. A few vials of my omnibalsamic reinvigorator would, I am certain, give you some strength. Upon this, indignation and abhorrence seemed to work by their excess the effect promised of the balsam. Roused by that long apathy of impotence, the cadaverous man started, and in a voice that was as the sound of obstructed air gurgling through a maze of broken honeycombs, cried, Begone! You're all alike! The name of doctor, the dream of helper, condemns you. For years I have been put in a gallipot for you experimentizers to rinse your experiments into, and now, in this livid skin, partake of the nature of my contents. Begone! I hate ye! I were inhuman. Could I take affront at a want of confidence, born of too bitter an experience of betrayers, yet permit one who is not without feeling? Begone! Just in that voice talked to me not 6 months ago the German doctor at the water cure, from which I now return 6 months and 60 pangs nigher my grave. The water cure? Oh, fatal delusion of the well-meaning Preisnitz! Sir, trust me. Begone! Nay, an invalid should not always have his own way. Ah, sir, reflect how untimely this distrust in one like you. How weak you are, and weakness, is it not the time for confidence? Yes, when through weakness everything bids despair, then is the time to get strength by confidence. Relenting in his air, the sick man cast upon him a long glance of beseeching, as if saying, "With confidence must come hope, and how can hope be?" The herb doctor took a sealed paper box from his shirt-out pocket, and holding it towards him said solemnly, "Turn not away. This may be the last time of health's asking. Work upon yourself. Invoke confidence, though from ashes. Rouse it for your life. Rouse it and invoke it, I say." The other trembled, was silent, and then a little commanding himself, asked the ingredients of the medicine. Herbs. What herbs, and the nature of them, and the reason for giving them? It cannot be made known. Then I will none of you. Sedately observant of the juiceless, joyous form before him, the herb doctor was mute a moment, and then said, "I give up." "How? You are sick, and a philosopher." No, not the last. But to demand the ingredient, with the reason for giving, is the mark of a philosopher, just as the consequence is the penalty of a fool. A sick philosopher is incurable? Why? Because he has no confidence. How does that make him incurable? Well, because either he spurns his powder, or, if he take it, it proves a blank cartridge, though the same given to a rustic in like extremity would act like a charm. I am no materialist, but the mind so acts upon the body that if the one have no confidence, neither has the other. Again, the sick man appeared not unmoved. He seemed to be thinking, what in candid truth could be said to all this? At length, "You talk of confidence. How comes it that when brought low himself, the herb doctor, who was most confident to prescribe in other cases, proves least confident to prescribe in his own, having small confidence in himself for himself? But he has confidence in the brother he calls in, and that he does so is no reproach to him, since he knows that when the body is prostrated, the mind is not erect. Yes, in this hour the herb doctor does distrust himself, but not his art. The sick man's knowledge did not warrant him to gainsay this, but he seemed not grieved at it, glad to be confuted in a way tending towards his wish. Then you give me hope. His sunken eye turned up. Hope is proportioned to confidence. How much confidence you give me, so much hope do I give you. For this, lifting the box, if all depended upon this, I should rest. It is nature's own. Nature? Why do you start? I know not, with a sort of shudder. But I have heard of a book entitled Nature and Disease. A title I cannot approve. It is suspiciously scientific. Nature and disease, as if nature, divine nature, were aught but health, as if through nature disease is decreed. But did I not before hint of the tendency of science, that forbidden tree? Sir, if despondency is yours from recalling that title, dismiss it. Trust me, nature is health, for health is good, and nature cannot work ill. As little can she work error. You get nature and you get well. Now, I repeat, this medicine is nature's own. Again, the sick man could not, according to his light, conscientiously disprove what was said. Neither as before did he seem over-anxious to do so. The less, as in his sensitiveness, it seemed to him, that hardly could he offer so to do without something like the appearance of a kind of implied irreligion. Nor in his heart was he ungrateful, that since a spirit opposite to that pervaded all the herb doctor's hopeful words. Therefore, for hopefulness, he, the sick man, had not alone medical warrant, but also doctrinal. Then do you really think, hectically, that if I take this medicine, mechanically reaching out for it, I shall regain my health? I will not encourage false hopes. Relinquishing to him the box, I will be frank with you, though frankness is not always the weakness of the mineral practitioner, yet the herb doctor must be frank, or nothing. Now then, sir, in your case, a radical cure, such a cure, understand, as should make you robust, such a cure, sir, I do not and cannot promise. Oh, you need not, only restore me the power of being something else to others than a burdensome care, and to myself a droning grief. Only cure me of this misery of weakness, only make me so that I can walk about in the sun and not draw the flies to me, as lured by the coming of decay. Only do that, but that. You ask not much, you are wise. Not in vain have you suffered. The little you ask, I think, can be granted. But remember, not in a day, nor in a week, nor perhaps a month, but sooner or later. I say not exactly when, for I am neither prophet nor charlatan. Still, if according to the directions in your box there, you take my medicine steadily, without assigning an especial day, near or remote, to discontinue it, then may you calmly look for some eventual result of good. But again, I say, you must have confidence. Feverishly, he replied that he now trusted he had, and hourly should pray for its increase. When suddenly relapsing into one of those strange caprices peculiar to some invalids, he added, "But to one like me, it is hard, so hard, so hard. The most confident hopes have so often failed me, and as often have I vowed never, no, never, to trust them again. Oh," feebly wringing his hands, "you do not know, you do not know. I know this, that never did a right confidence come to naught, but time is short, you hold your cure, to retain or reject. I retain," with a clinch, "and now how much?" "As much as you can evoke from your heart and heaven." "How? The price of this medicine?" "I thought it was confidence you meant. How much confidence you should have. The medicine, that is $half a vial. Your box holds 6. The money was paid. "Now, sir," said the herb doctor, "my business calls me away, and it may be so that I shall never see you again. If then—" He paused, for the sick man's countenance fell blank. "Forgive me," cried the other. "Forgive that imprudent phrase, 'never see you again.' Though I solely intended it with reference to myself, yet I had forgotten what your sensitiveness might be. I repeat, then, that it may be that we shall not soon have a second interview, so that hereafter, should another of my boxes be needed, you may not be able to replace it except by purchase at the shops, and in doing so, you may run more or less risk of taking some not salutary mixture, for such is the popularity of the omnibalsamic reinvigorator, thriving not by the credulity of the simple, but the trust of the wise, that certain contrivers have not been idle, though I would not, indeed, hastily affirm of them that they are aware of the sad consequences to the public. Homicides and murderers, some call those contrivers, but I do not. For murder, if such a crime be possible, comes from the heart, and these men's motives come from the purse. Were they not in poverty, I think they would hardly do what they do. Still, the public interests forbid that I should let their needy device for a living succeed. In short, I have adopted precautions. Take the wrapper from any of my vials and hold it to the light. You will see watermarked in capitals the word confidence, which is the countersign of the medicine, as I wish it was of the world. The wrapper bears that mark, or else the medicine is counterfeit. But if still any lurking doubt should remain, pray enclose the wrapper to this address," handing a card, "and by return mail I will answer." At first the sick man listened with the air of vivid interest, but gradually, while the other was still talking, another strange caprice came over him, and he presented the aspect of the most calamitous dejection. "How now?" said the herb doctor. "You told me to have confidence, and said that confidence was indispensable, and here you preach to me distrust. Ah, truth will out. I told you, you must have confidence, unquestioning confidence. I meant confidence in the genuine medicine and the genuine me. But in your absence, buying vials purporting to be yours, it seems I cannot have unquestioning confidence. Prove all the vials, trust those which are true. But to doubt, to suspect, to prove, to have all this wearing work to do continually, how opposed to confidence? It is evil. From evil comes good. Distrust is a stage to confidence. How has it proved in our interview? But your voice is husky. I have let you talk too much. You hold your cure, I will leave you. But stay, when I hear that health is yours, I will not, like some I know, vainly make boasts, but giving glory where all glory is due, say, with the devout herb doctor, Iapis and Virgil, when, in the unseen but efficacious presence of Venus, he with simples healed the wound of Aeneas. This is no mortal work, no cure of mine, nor art's effect, but done by power divine. Chapter 17, towards the end of which the herb doctor proves himself a forgiver of injuries. In a kind of antecabin, a number of respectable-looking people, male and female, way passengers, recently came on board, are listlessly sitting in a mutually shy sort of silence. Holding up a small square bottle ovally labeled with the engraving of a countenance full of soft pity, as that of the Romish painted Madonna, the herb doctor passes slowly among them, benignly urbane, turning this way and that, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hand here the Samaritan Pain Dissuader, thrice blessed discovery of that disinterested friend of humanity whose portrait you see. Pure vegetable extract, warranted to remove the acutest pain within less than 10 minutes. $500 to be forfeited on failure. Especially efficacious in heart disease and tic douloureux. Observe the expression of this pledged friend of humanity. Price only 50 cents. In vain, after the first idle stare, his auditors, in pretty good health it seemed, instead of encouraging his politeness, appeared, if anything, impatient of it, and perhaps only diffidence or some small regard for his feelings prevented them from telling him so. But insensible to their coldness, or charitably overlooking it, he more wooingly than ever resumed, "May I venture upon a small supposition? Have I your kind leave, ladies and gentlemen?" To which modest appeal no one had the kindness to answer a syllable. "Well," said he, resignedly, "silence is at least not denial, and may be consent. My supposition is this: possibly some lady, here present, has a dear friend at home, a bedridden sufferer from spinal complaint. If so, what gift more appropriate to that sufferer than this tasteful little bottle of pain dissuader?" Again he glanced about him, but met much the same reception as before, whose faces, alien alike to sympathy or surprise, seemed patiently to say, "We are travelers, and as such must expect to meet and quietly put up with many antic fools and more antic quacks. Ladies and gentlemen," deferentially fixing his eyes upon their now self-complacent faces, "ladies and gentlemen, might I, by your kind leave, venture upon one other small supposition? It is this, that there is scarce a sufferer this noonday writhing on his bed, but in his hour he sat satisfactorily healthy and happy, that the Samaritan Pain Dissuader is the one only balm for that to which each living creature, who knows, may be a draughted victim, present or prospective. In short, O happiness on my right hand, and O security on my left, can ye wisely adore a providence, and not think it wisdom to provide? Provide!" uplifting the bottle. What immediate effect, if any, this appeal might have had is uncertain, for just then the boat touched at a houseless landing, scooped, as by a landslide, out of somber forests, back through which led a road, the sole one which, from its narrowness and its being walled up with story on story of dusk, matted foliage, presented the vista of some cavernous old gorge in a city, like haunted Cock Lane in London. Issuing from that road and crossing that landing, there stooped his shaggy form in the doorway and entered the ante-cabin. With a step so burdensome that shot seemed in his pockets, a kind of invalid Titan in homespun, his beard blackly pendant like the Carolina moss and dank with cypress dew, his countenance tawny and shadowy as an iron ore country in a clouded day. In one hand he carried a heavy walking stick of swamp oak, with the other led a puny girl walking in moccasins, not improbably his child, but evidently of alien maternity, perhaps Creole or even Comanche. Her eye would have been large for a woman, and was inky as the pools of falls among mountain pines. An Indian blanket, orange-hued and fringed with lead tassel work, appeared that morning to have shielded the child from heavy showers. Her limbs were tremulous. She seemed a little Cassandra in nervousness. No sooner was the pair spied by the herb doctor than with a cheerful air, both arms extended like a host's, he advanced and, taking the child's reluctant hand, said, trippingly, "On your travels? Ah, my little May Queen, good to see you. What pretty moccasins, nice to dance in." Then, with a half-caper, sang, "Hey, diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon. Come, cheer up, my little robin." Which playful welcome drew no responsive playfulness from the child, nor appeared to gladden or conciliate the father, but rather, if anything, to wash the dead weight of his heavy-hearted expression with a smile hypochondriacally scornful. Sobering down now, the herb doctor addressed the stranger in a manly, businesslike way, a transition which, though it might seem a little abrupt, did not appear constrained, and indeed served to show that his recent levity was less the habit of a frivolous nature than the frolic condescension of a kindly heart. "Excuse me," said he, But if I err not, I was speaking to you the other day, on a Kentucky boat, wasn't it? Never to me, was the reply, the voice deep and lonesome enough to have come from the bottom of an abandoned coal shaft. Ah, but am I again mistaken, his eye falling on the swamp oak stick, or don't you go a little lame, sir? Never was lame in my life. Indeed, I fancied I had perceived not a limp, but a hitch, a slight hitch, some experience in these things, divine some hidden cause of the hitch, buried bullet, maybe? Some dragoons in the Mexican War discharged with such, you know. Hard fate, he sighed. Little pity for it, for who sees it? Have you dropped anything? Why, there is no telling, but the stranger was bowed over, and might have been bowing for the purpose of picking up something, were it not that, as arrested in the imperfect posture, he for the moment so remained, slanting his tall stature like a mainmast yielding to the gale, or atom to the thunder. The little child pulled him. With a kind of a surge he righted himself, for an instant looking toward the herb doctor, but either from emotion or aversion, or both together, withdrew his eyes, saying nothing. Presently, still stooping, he seated himself, drawing his child between his knees, his massy hands tremulous, and still averting his face, while, up into the compassionate one of the herb doctor, the child turned a fixed, melancholy glance of repugnance. The herb doctor stood observant a moment, then said, Surely you have pain, strong pain, somewhere. In strong frames, pain is strongest. Try, now, my specific, holding it up. Do but look at the expression of this friend of humanity. Trust me, certain cure for any pain in the world, won't you look? No, choked the other. Very good. Merry time to you, little May Queen. And so, as if he would intrude his cure upon no one, moved pleasantly off, again crying his wares, nor now at last without result. A newcomer, not from the shore, but another part of the boat, a sickly young man, after some questions, purchased a bottle. Upon this, others of the company began a little to wake up, as it were. The scales of indifference or prejudice fell from their eyes. Now at last they seemed to have an inkling that here was something not undesirable, which might be had for the buying. But while 10 times more briskly bland than ever, the herb doctor was driving his benevolent trade, accompanying each sale with added praises of the thing traded. All at once the dusk giant, seated at some distance, unexpectedly raised his voice with, "What was that you last said?" The question was put distinctly, yet resonantly, as when a great clock bell, stunning admonisher, strikes 1, and the stroke, though single, comes bedded in the belfry clamor. All proceedings were suspended, hands held forth for the specific were withdrawn, while every eye turned towards the direction whence the question came, but no way abashed the herb doctor, elevating his voice with even more than wonted self-possession, replied, "I was saying that since you wished it, I cheerfully repeat that the Samaritan pain dissuader, which I here hold in my hand, will either cure or ease any pain you please, within 10 minutes after its application. Does it produce insensibility? By no means. Not the least of its merits is that it is not an opiate. It kills pain without killing feeling. You lie. Some pains cannot be eased but by producing insensibility, and cannot be cured but by producing death." Beyond this the dust giant said nothing, neither, for impairing the other's market, did there appear much need to. After eyeing the rude speaker a moment, with an expression of mingled admiration and consternation, the company silently exchanged glances of mutual sympathy, under unwelcome conviction. Those who had purchased looked sheepish or ashamed, and a cynical-looking little man, with a thin, flaggy beard and a countenance ever wearing the rudiments of a grin, seated alone in a corner commanding a good view of the scene, held a rusty hat before his face. But again the herb doctor, without noticing the retort, overbearing though it was, began his panegyrics anew, and in a tone more assured than before, going so far now as to say that his specific was sometimes almost as effective in cases of mental suffering as in cases of physical, or rather, to be more precise, in cases when through sympathy the two sorts of pain cooperated into a climax of both. In such cases, he said, the specific had done very well. He cited an example. Only 3 bottles, faithfully taken, cured a Louisiana widow for 3 weeks sleepless in a darkened chamber, of neuralgic sorrow for the loss of husband and child, swept off in one night by the last epidemic. For the truth of this, a printed voucher was produced, duly signed. While he was reading it aloud, a sudden side blow all but felled him. It was the giant, who with a countenance lividly epileptic with hypochondriac mania exclaimed, "Profane fiddler on heartstrings, snake!" More he would have added, but convulsed could not. So without another word, taking up the child who had followed him, went with a rocking pace out of the cabin. "Regardless of decency and lost to humanity," exclaimed the herb doctor, with much ado recovering himself. Then after a pause, during which he examined his bruise, not omitting to apply externally a little of his specific, and with some success it would seem, plained to himself. No, I won't seek redress. Innocence is my redress. But," turning upon them all, "if that man's wrathful blow provokes me to no wrath, should his evil distrust arouse you to distrust? I do devoutly hope," proudly raising voice and arm, "for the honor of humanity, hope that despite this coward assault, the Samaritan pain dissuader stands unshaken in the confidence of all who hear me." But injured as he was, and patient under it too, somehow his case excited as little compassion as his oratory now did enthusiasm. Still pathetic to the last, he continued his appeals, notwithstanding the frigid regard of the company, till suddenly interrupting himself as if in reply to a quick summons from without, he said hurriedly, I come. And so with every token of precipitate dispatch, out of the cabin the herb doctor went. Chapter 18. Inquest into the true character of the herb doctor. "Shan't see that fellow again in a hurry," remarked an auburn-haired gentleman to his neighbor with a hook nose. "Never knew an operator so completely unmasked." "But do you think it the fair thing to unmask an operator that way?" "Fair? It is right. Supposing that at high change on a Paris bourse, Asmodeus should lounge in, distributing handbills, revealing the true thoughts and designs of all the operators present. Would that be the fair thing in Asmodeus? Or as Hamlet says, were it to consider the thing too curiously? We won't go into that, but since you admit the fellow to be a knave, I don't admit it, or if I did, I take it back. Shouldn't wonder if after all he is no knave at all, but little of one. What can you prove against him?" "I can prove that he makes dupes. Many held in honor do the same, and many not wholly knaves do it too." "How about that last?" "He is not wholly at heart a knave, I fancy, among whose dupes is himself. Did you not see our quack friend apply to himself his own quackery? A fanatic quack, essentially a fool, though effectively a knave." Bending over and looking down between his knees on the floor, the auburn-haired gentleman meditatively scribbled there a while with his cane, then, glancing up, said, "I can't conceive how you, in any way, can hold him a fool. How he talked, so glib, so pat, so well. A smart fool always talks well. Takes a smart fool to be tonguey." In much the same strain the discussion continued, the hook-nosed gentleman talking at large and excellently, with a view of demonstrating that a smart fool always talks just so. Ere long he talked to such purpose as almost to convince. Presently, back came the person of whom the auburn-haired gentleman had predicted that he would not return. Conspicuous in the doorway he stood, saying in a clear voice, "Is the agent of the Seminole Widow and Orphan Asylum within here?" No one replied. "Is there within here an agent or any member of any charitable institution whatever?" No one seemed competent to answer, or no one thought it worthwhile to. "If there be within here any such person, I have in my hand $2 for him." Some interest was manifested. "I was called away so hurriedly, I forgot this part of my duty. With the proprietor of the Samaritan Pain Dissuader, it is a rule to devote on the spot, to some benevolent purpose, the half of the proceeds of sales. 8 bottles were dispensed of among this company. Hence, 4 half-dollars remain to charity. Who as steward takes the money?" 1 or 2 pair of feet moved upon the floor, as with a sort of itching, but nobody rose. Does diffidence prevail over duty? If, I say, there be any gentleman or any lady, either, here present, who is in any connection with any charitable institution whatever, let him or her come forward. He or she happening to have at hand no certificate of such connection makes no difference. Not of a suspicious temper, thank God, I shall have confidence in whoever offers to take the money. A demure-looking woman, in a dress rather tawdry and rumpled, here drew her veil down and rose, but, marking every eye upon her, thought it advisable upon the whole to sit down again. Is it to be believed that in this Christian company there is no one charitable person? I mean, no one connected with any charity? Well then, is there any object of charity here? Upon this, an unhappy-looking woman, in a sort of mourning, neat but sadly worn, hid her face behind a meager bundle, and was heard to sob. Meantime, as not seeing or hearing her, the herb doctor again spoke, and this time not unpathetically. Are there none here who feel in need of help, and who in accepting such help would feel that they in their time have given or done more than may ever be given or done to them? Man or woman, is there none such here? The sobs of the woman were more audible, though she strove to repress them. While nearly everyone's attention was bent upon her, a man of the appearance of a day laborer, with a white bandage across his face, concealing the side of his nose, and who, for coolness' sake, had been sitting in his red flannel shirt sleeves, his coat thrown across one shoulder, the darned cuffs drooping behind. This man shufflingly rose, and with a pace that seemed the lingering memento of the lockstep of convicts, went up for a duly qualified claimant. Poor wounded hussar, sighed the herb doctor, and dropping the money into the man's clamshell of a hand, turned and departed. The recipient of the alms was about moving after, when the auburn-haired gentleman stayed him. Don't be frightened, you, but I want to see those coins. Yes, good silver. There, take them again, and while you're about it, go bandage the rest of yourself behind something. Do you hear? Consider yourself wholly the scar of a nose and be off with yourself. Being of a forgiving nature, or else from emotion not daring to trust his voice, the man silently, but not without some precipitancy, withdrew. Strange, said the auburn-haired gentleman, returning to his friend. The money was good money. Aye, and where your fine knavery now? Knavery to devote the half of one's receipts to charity. He's a fool, I say again. Others might call him an original genius. Yes, being original in this folly. Genius? His genius is a cracked pate, and, as this age goes, not much originality about that. May he not be knave, fool, and genius altogether? I beg pardon, here said a third person, with a gossiping expression who had been listening. But you are somewhat puzzled by this man, and well you may be. Do you know anything about him? Asked the hook-nosed gentleman. No, but I suspect him for something. Suspicion. We want knowledge. Well, suspect first, and know next. True knowledge comes but by suspicion or revelation. That's my maxim. And yet, said the auburn-haired gentleman, since a wise man will keep even some certainties to himself, much more some suspicions, at least he will at all events so do till they ripen into knowledge. Do you hear that about the wise man? Said the hook-nosed gentleman, turning upon the newcomer. Now what is it you suspect of this fellow? I shrewdly suspect him, was the eager response, for one of those Jesuit emissaries prowling all over our country. The better to accomplish their secret designs, they assume, at times, I am told, the most singular masks, sometimes in appearance the absurdest. This, though indeed for some reason causing a droll smile upon the face of the hook-nosed gentleman, added a third angle to the discussion, which now became a sort of triangular duel, and ended at last with but a triangular result. Chapter 19. A Soldier of Fortune. Mexico? Molino de Re? Resaca de la Palma? Resaca de la Tumba. Leaving his reputation to take care of itself, since, as is not seldom the case, he knew nothing of its being in debate, the herb doctor, wandering towards the forward part of the boat, had there espied a singular character in a grimy old regimental coat, a countenance at once grim and wizened, interwoven paralyzed legs, stiff as icicles, suspended between rude crutches, while the whole rigid body, like a ship's long barometer on gimbals, swung to and fro, mechanically faithful to the motion of the boat. Looking downward while he swung, the cripple seemed in a brown study. As moved by the sight, and conjecturing that here was some battered hero from the Mexican battlefields, the herb doctor had sympathetically accosted him as above, and received the above rather dubious reply, as with a half-moody, half-surly sort of air that reply was given. The cripple, by a voluntary jerk, nervously increased his swing, his custom when seized by emotion, so that one would have thought some squall had suddenly rolled the boat, and with it the barometer. "Tombs, my friend?" exclaimed the herb doctor in mild surprise. "You have not descended to the dead, have you? I had imagined you a scarred campaigner, one of the noble children of war, for your dear country a glorious sufferer, but you are Lazarus, it seems." "Yes, he who had sores." "Ah, the other Lazarus, but I never knew that either of them was in the army," glancing at the dilapidated regimentals. "That will do now, joke's enough." "Friend," said the other, reproachfully, "you think amiss. On principle, I greet unfortunates with some pleasant remark, the better to call off their thoughts from their troubles. The physician who is at once wise and humane seldom unreservedly sympathizes with his patient. But come, I am an herb doctor, and also a natural bone setter. I may be sanguine, but I think I can do something for you. You look up now. Give me your story, ere I undertake a cure. I require a full account of the case." "You can't help me," returned the cripple, gruffly. "Go away." "You seem sadly destitute of—" "No, I ain't destitute. Today, at least, I can pay my way." The natural bone setter is happy indeed to hear that, but you were premature. I was deploring your destitution, not of cash, but of confidence. You think the natural bone setter can't help you. Well, suppose he can't. Have you any objection to telling him your story? You, my friend, have in a signal way experienced adversity. Tell me then, for my private good, how without aid from the noble cripple Epictetus, you have arrived at this heroic sang-froid in misfortune." At these words the cripple fixed upon the speaker the hard, ironic eye of one toughened and defiant in misery, and, in the end, grinned upon him with his unshaven face like an ogre. "Come, come, be sociable. Be human, my friend. Don't make that face. It distresses me." "I suppose," with a sneer, "you're a man I've long heard of, the happy man." "Happy, my friend? Yes, at least I ought to be. My conscience is peaceful. I have confidence in everybody. I have confidence that, in my humble profession, I do some little good to the world. Yes, I think that, without presumption, I may venture to assent to the proposition that I am the happy man, the happy bone setter. Then you shall hear my story. Many a month I have longed to get hold of the happy man, drill him, drop the powder, and leave him to explode at his leisure." "What a demonic unfortunate!" exclaimed the herb doctor, retreating. "Regular infernal machine." "Look ye," cried the other, stumping after him, and with his horny hand catching him by a horn button. "My name is Thomas Fry, until my—" "Any relation of Mrs. Fry?" interrupted the other. "I still correspond with that excellent lady on the subject of prisons. Tell me, are you in any way connected with Mrs. Fry?" "Blister Mrs. Fry. What do them sentimental souls know of prisons or any other black fact? I'll tell ye a story of prisons." The herb doctor shrank, and with reason, the laugh being strangely startling. "Positively, my friend," said he, "you must stop that. I can't stand that. No more of that. I hope I have the milk of kindness, but your thunder will soon turn it." "Hold! I haven't come to the milk-turning part yet. My name is Thomas Fry. Until my 23rd year, I went by the nickname of Happy Tom." "Happy, ha 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 ha! They called me Happy Tom, do you see? Because I was so good-natured and laughing all the time, just as I am now." Upon this, the herb doctor would perhaps have run, but once more the hyena clawed him, presently sobering him. He continued, "Well, I was born in New York, and there I lived a steady, hard-working man, a cooper by trade. One evening I went to a political meeting in the park, for you must know I was in those days a great patriot. As bad luck would have it, there was trouble near, between a gentleman who had been drinking wine and a pavior who was sober. The pavior chewed tobacco, and the gentleman said it was beastly in him and pushed him, wanting to have his place. The pavior chewed on and pushed back. Well, the gentleman carried a sword cane, and presently the pavior was down, skewered. How was that? Why, you see, the pavior undertook something above his strength. The other must have been a Samson, then. Strong as a pavior is a proverb. So it is, and the gentleman was in body a rather weakly man, but for all that, I say again, the pavior undertook something above his strength. What are you talking about? He tried to maintain his rights, didn't he? Yes, but for all that, I say again, he undertook something above his strength. I don't understand you, but go on. Along with the gentleman, I, with other witnesses, was taken to the tombs. There was an examination, and to appear at the trial, the gentleman and witnesses all gave bail. I mean, all but me. And why didn't you? Couldn't get it. Steady, hard-working cooper like you. What was the reason you couldn't get bail? Steady, hard-working cooper hadn't no friends. Well, so as I went into a wet cell, like a canal boat splashing into the locked up in pickle, you see, against the time of the trial. But what had you done? Why, I hadn't got any friends, I tell you. A worse crime than murder, as you'll see afore long. Murder? Did the wounded man die? Died the third night. Then the gentleman's bail didn't help him. In prison now, wasn't he? Had too many friends. No, it was I that was in prison, but I was going on. They let me walk about the corridor by day, but at night I must into lock. There, the wet and damp struck into my bones. They doctored me, but no use. When the trial came, I was boosted up and said my say. And what was that? My say was that I saw the steel go in and saw it sticking in. And that hung the gentleman. Hung him with a gold chain. His friends called a meeting in the park and presented him with a gold watch and chain upon his acquittal. Acquittal? Didn't I say he had friends? There was a pause, broken at last by the herb doctor saying, well, there's a bright side to everything. If this speak prosaically for justice, it speaks romantically for friendship. But go on, my fine fellow. My say being said, they told me I might go. I said I could not without help, so the constables helped me, asking where I would go. I told them back to the tombs. I knew no other place. But where are your friends? Said they. I have none. So they put me into a hand-barrow with an awning to it, and wheeled me down to the dock and on board a boat, and away to Blackwell's Island to the Corporation Hospital. There I got worse. Got pretty much as you see me now. Couldn't cure me. After 3 years, I grew sick of lying in a grated iron bed alongside of groaning thieves and moldering burglars. They gave me $5 silver and these crutches, and I hobbled off. I had only brother who went to Indiana years ago. I begged out to make a sum to go to him. Got to Indiana at last, and they directed me to his grave. I was on a great plain, in a log churchyard with a stump fence, the old gray roots sticking all ways like moose antlers. The bier, set over the grave, it being the last dug, was of green hickory, bark on and green twigs sprouting from it. Someone had planted a bunch of violets on the mound, but it was a poor soil. Always choose the poorest soils for graveyards, and they were all dried to tinder. I was going to sit and rest myself on the bier and think about my brother in heaven, but the bier broke down, my legs being only tacked. So after driving some hogs out the yard that were rooting there, I came away. And not to make too long a story of it, here I am, drifting downstream like any other bit of wreck. The herb doctor was silent for a time, buried in thought. At last raising his head, he said, I have considered your whole story, my friend, and strove to consider it in the light of a commentary on what I believe to be the system of things. But it so jars with all, is so incompatible with all, that you must pardon me if I honestly tell you I cannot believe it. That don't surprise me. How? Hardly anybody believes my story, and so to most I tell a different one. How again? Wait here a bit and I'll show ye. With that, taking off his rag of a cap and arranging his tattered regimentals the best he could, off he went stumping among the passengers in an adjoining part of the deck, saying with a jovial kind of air, Sir, a shilling for Happy Tom, who fought at Buena Vista. Lady, something for General Scott's soldier? crippled and both pens at glorious Contreras? Now it so chanced that unbeknown to the cripple, a prim-looking stranger had overheard part of his story. Beholding him then on his present begging adventure, this person, turning to the herb doctor, indignantly said, "Is it not too bad, sir, that yonder rascal should lie so?" "Charity never faileth, my good sir," was the reply. "The vice of this unfortunate is pardonable. Consider, he lies not out of wantonness." "Not out of wantonness? I never heard more wanton lies. In one breath to tell what would appear to be his true story, and in the next, away and falsify it. For all that, I repeat, he lies not out of wantonness. A right philosopher, turned out of the great Sorbonne of hard times, he thinks that woes, when told to strangers for money, are best sugared. Though the inglorious lockjaw of his knee-pans in a wet dungeon is a far more pitiable ill than to have been crippled at glorious Contreras. Yet he is of opinion that his lighter and false ill shall attract, while the heavier and real one might repel. Nonsense! He belongs to the devil's regiment, and I've a great mind to expose him. Shame upon you! Dare to expose that poor unfortunate, and by heaven, don't you do it, sir." Noting something in his manner, the other thought it more prudent to retire than retort. By and by the cripple came back, and with glee, having reaped a pretty good harvest. "There," he laughed, "you know now what sort of soldier I am." "Aye, one that fights not the stupid Mexican, but a foe worthy your tactics, fortune." "Ha, ha!" clamored the cripple, like a fellow in the pit of a sixpenny theater. Then said, "Don't know much what you meant, but it went off well." This over, his countenance capriciously put on a morose ogreness. To kindly questions he gave no kindly answers. Unhandsome notions were thrown about, free America, as he sarcastically called his country. These seemed to disturb and pain the herb doctor, who, after an interval of thoughtfulness, gravely addressed him in these words: "You, my worthy friend, to my concern, have reflected upon the government under which you live and suffer. Where is your patriotism? Where your gratitude? True, the charitable may find something in your case, as you put it, partly to account for such reflections as coming from you. Still, be the facts how they may, your reflections are none the less unwarrantable. Grant for the moment that your experiences are as you give them, in which case I would admit that the government might be thought to have more or less to do with what seems undesirable in them. But it is never to be forgotten that human government, being subordinate to the divine, must needs, therefore, in its degree, partake of the characteristics of the divine. That is, while in general efficacious to happiness, the world's law may yet, in some cases, have, to the eye of reason, an unequal operation. Just as, in the same imperfect view, some inequalities may appear in the operations of heaven's law. Nevertheless, to one who has a right confidence, final benignity is, in every instance, as sure with the one law as the other. I expound the point at some length, because these are the considerations, my poor fellow, which, weighed as they merit, will enable you to sustain with unimpaired trust the apparent calamities which are yours. "What do you talk your hog Latin to me for?" cried the cripple, who throughout the address betrayed the most illiterate obduracy, and with an incensed look anew he swung himself. Glancing another way till the spasm passed, the other continued, "Charity marvels not that you should be somewhat hard of conviction, my friend, since you, doubtless, believe yourself hardly dealt by. But forget not that those who are loved are chastened. Mustn't chasten them too much, though, and too long, because their skin and heart get hard, and feel neither pain nor tickle. To mere reason, your case looks something piteous, I grant, but never despond. Many things, the choicest, yet remain. You breathe this bounteous air, are warmed by this gracious sun, and though poor and friendless indeed, nor so agile as in your youth, yet how sweet to roam day by day through the groves, plucking the bright mosses and flowers, till forlornness itself becomes a hilarity, and in your innocent independence you skip for joy." "Fine skipping with these here horse posts." "Pardon, I forgot the crutches. My mind, figuring you after receiving the benefit of my art, overlooked you as you stand before me." "Your art? You call yourself a bone setter, a natural bone setter, do you? Go, bone set the crooked world, and then come bone set crooked me." Truly, my honest friend, I thank you again for recalling me to my original object. Let me examine you. Bending down. Ah, I see. Much such a case as the Negro's. Did you see him? Oh no, you came aboard since. Well, his case was a little something like yours. I prescribed for him, and I shouldn't wonder at all if in a very short time he were able to walk almost as well as myself. Now, have you no confidence in my art? The herb doctor averted himself, but the wild laugh dying away resumed. I will not force confidence on you. Still, I would fain do the friendly thing by you. Here, take this box. Just rub that liniment on the joints night and morning. Take it. Nothing to pay. God bless you. Goodbye. Stay, pausing in his swing, not untouched by so unexpected an act. Stay. Thank ye. But will this really do me good? Honor bright now, will it? Don't deceive a poor fellow. With changed mien and glistening eye. Try it. Goodbye. Stay. Sure it will do me good. Possibly. No harm in trying. Goodbye. Stay. Give me 3 more boxes and here's the money. My friend, returning towards him with a sadly pleased sort of air, I rejoice in the birth of your confidence and hopefulness. Believe me that, like your crutches, confidence and hopefulness will long support a man when his own legs will not. Stick to confidence and hopefulness. Since, how mad for the cripple to throw his crutches away, you ask for 3 more boxes of my liniment. Luckily, I have just that number remaining, and here they are. I sell them at $50 apiece, but I shall take nothing from you. There. God bless you again, and goodbye. Stay, in a convulsed voice and rocking himself. Stay. You've made a better man of me. You have borne me like a good Christian and talked to me like one, and all that is enough without making me a present of these boxes. Here's the money. I won't take nay. There, and may almighty goodness go with you. As the herb doctor withdrew, the cripple gradually subsided from his hard rocking into a gentile oscillation. It expressed, perhaps, the soothed mood of his reverie. Chapter 20. Reappearance of One Who May Be Remembered. The herb doctor had not moved far away, when in advance of him this spectacle met his eye. A dried-up old man, with the stature of a boy of 12, was tottering about like one out of his mind, in rumpled clothes of old moleskin, showing recent contact with bedding, his ferret eyes blinking in the sunlight of the snowy boat, as imbecilely eager, and at intervals coughing. He peered hither and thither, as if in alarmed search for his nurse. He presented the aspect of one who, bedrid, has through overruling excitement like that of a fire been stimulated to his feet. You seek someone, said the herb doctor, accosting him. Can I assist you? Do. I'm so old and miserable, coughed the old man. Where is he? This long time I've been trying to get up and find him, but I haven't any friends and couldn't get up till now. Where is he? What do you mean? Drawing closer, to stay the further wanderings of one so weakly. Why? Now marking the other's dress. Why, you. Yes, you. I? You are the man he spoke of. Who is he? Faith, that is just what I want to know. Mercy, coughed the old man, bewildered. Ever since seeing him, my head spins around so. Ought to have guardian. Is this a snuff-colored surtout of yours, or ain't it? Somehow can't trust my senses anymore, since trust in him. Oh, you've trusted somebody. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear of any instance of that sort. Reflects well upon all men. But you inquire whether this is a snuff-colored surtout? I answer it is, and will add that an herb doctor wears it. Upon this, the old man in his broken way replied that then he, the herb doctor, was the person he sought, the person spoken of by the other person as yet unknown. He then, with flighty eagerness, wanted to know who this last person was, and where he was, and whether he could be trusted with money to treble it. Aye, now I begin to understand. 10 to 1, you mean my worthy friend, who in pure goodness of heart makes people's fortunes for them, their everlasting fortunes, as the phrase goes, only charging his one small commission of confidence. Aye, aye. Before entrusting funds with my friend, you want to know about him. Very proper, and I am glad to assure you, you need have no hesitation. None. None, just none in the world. Bona fide. None. Turned me in a trice $100 the other day into as many eagles. Did he? Did he? But where is he? Take me to him. Pray, take my arm. The boat is large. We may have something of a hunt. Come on. Ah, is that he? Where? Where? Oh, no. I took yonder coat skirts for his. But no, my honest friend would never turn tail that way. Ah. Where? Where? Another mistake. Surprising resemblance. I took yonder clergyman for him. Come on. Having searched that part of the boat without success, they went to another part, and while exploring that, the boat sided up to a landing, when as the two were passing by the open guard, the herb doctor suddenly rushed towards the disembarking throng, crying out, Mr. Truman! Mr. Truman! There he goes, that's he! Mr. Truman! Mr. Truman! Confound that steam pipe! Mr. Truman! For God's sakes, Mr. Truman! No, no! There, the plank's in. Too late, we're off. With that, the huge boat, with a mighty walrus wallow, rolled away from the shore, resuming her course. How vexatious! Exclaimed the herb doctor, returning. Had we been but a single moment sooner. There he goes, now, towards yon hotel, his portmanteau following. You see him, don't you? Where? Where? Can't see him any more. Wheelhouse shot between. I'm very sorry. I should have liked so for you to let him have 100 or so of your money. You would have been so pleased with the investment, believe me. Oh, I have let him have some of my money, groaned the old man. You have, my dear sir, seizing both the miser's hands in both his own and heartily shaking them. My dear sir, how I congratulate you. You don't know. I fear I don't, with another groan. His name is Truman, is it? John Truman. Where does he live? In St. Louis. Where's his office? Let me see. Jones Street, number 100 and... No. Anyway, it's somewhere or other upstairs in Jones Street. Can't you remember the number? Try now. 100, 200, 300. Oh, my $100. I wonder whether it will be 100, 200, 300 with them. Ugh. Can't remember the number? Positively, though I once knew, I have forgotten. Quite forgotten it. Strange. But never mind. You will easily learn in St. Louis. He is well known there. But I have no receipt. Nothing to show. Don't know where I stand. Ought to have a guardian. Don't know anything. Why, you know that you gave him your confidence, don't you? Oh, yes. Well, then. But how? Why, didn't he tell you? No. What, didn't he tell you that it was a secret, a mystery? Oh, yes. Well, then. But I have no bond. Don't need any with Mr. Truman. Mr. Truman's word is his bond. But how am I to get my profits and my money back? Don't know anything. Oh, you must have confidence. Don't say that word again. Makes my head spin so. Oh, I'm so old and miserable. Nobody caring for me. Everybody fleecing me. And my head spins so. And this cough racks me so. I say again, I ought to have a guardian. So you ought. And Mr. Truman is your guardian to the extent you invested with him. Sorry we missed him just now, but you'll hear from him. All right. It's imprudent, though, to expose yourself this way. Let me take you to your berth. Forlornly enough, the old miser moved slowly away with him, but while descending a stairway, he was seized with such coughing that he was fain to pause. That is a very bad cough. Churchyard. Churchyard. Have you tried anything for it? Tired of trying. Doesn't do me any good. Not even the mammoth cave. Den there 6 months. A cough so bad the rest of the coughers blackballed me out. Nothing does me good. But have you tried the Omnibalsamic Reinvigorator, sir? That's what the Truman said I ought to take. Yarb medicine. You're that yarb doctor too? The same. Suppose you try one of my boxes now. Trust me, from what I know of Mr. Truman, he is not the gentleman to recommend, even in behalf of a friend, anything of whose excellence he is not conscientiously satisfied. How much? Only $2 a box. $2? Why don't you say 2 millions? $2, that's 200 cents. That's 800 farthings. That's 2,000 mils. And all for one little box of yarb medicine. My head, oh, I thought to have a guardian for my head. Well, if $2 a box seems too much, take a dozen boxes at $20, and that will be getting 4 boxes for nothing. And you need use none but those 4. The rest you can retail out at a premium, and so cure your cough, and make money by it. Come, you'd better do it. Cash down. Can fill an order in a day or 2. Here now, producing a box, pure herbs. At that moment, seized with another spasm, the miser snatched each interval to fix his half-distrustful, half-hopeful eye upon the medicine, held alluringly up. Sure, sure it's all natural? Nothing but yarbs? If I only thought it was purely natural medicine now, all yarbs. Oh, this cough, shatters my whole body. For heaven's sake, try my medicine, if but a single box. That it is pure nature, you may be confident. Refer you to Mr. Truman. Don't know his number. Oh, this cough. He did speak well of this medicine, though, so solemnly it would cure me. Take off $1 and I'll have a box. Can't, sir, can't. Say $1.50. Can't. And pledge to the one price system. Only honorable one. Take off a shilling. Can't. I'll take it. There. Grudgingly, he handed 8 silver coins, but while still in his hand, his cough took him, and they were shaken upon the deck. One by one, the herb doctor picked them up, and examining them said, "These are not quarters, they are pistarines, and clipped and sweated at that." Oh, don't be so miserly. Better a beast than a miser. Well, let it go. Anything rather than the idea of your not being cured of such a cough. And I hope for the credit of humanity you have not made it appear worse than it is, merely with a view to working upon the weak point of my pity, and so getting my medicine the cheaper. Now mind, don't take it till night. Just before retiring is the time. There, you can get along now, can't you? I would attend you further, but I land presently, and must go hunt up my luggage. Chapter 21. A Hard Case. Yarbs, nature, you foolish old fowl, you. He diddled you with that hocus-pocus, did he? Yarbs and nature will cure your incurable cough, you think. It was a rather eccentric-looking person who spoke, somewhat ursine in aspect, sporting a shaggy spencer of the cloth called bear's skin, a high-peaked cap of raccoon skin, the long bushy tail switching over behind, rawhide leggings, grim stubble chin, and to end, a double-barreled gun in hand, a Missouri bachelor, a Hoosier gentleman, a Spartan leisure and fortune, and equally Spartan manners and sentiments, and, as the sequel may show, not less acquainted in a Spartan way of his own, with philosophy and books than with woodcraft and rifles. He must have overheard some of the talk between the miser and the herb doctor, for just after the withdrawal of the one, he made up to the other, now at the foot of the stairs leaning against the baluster there, with the greeting above. "Think it will cure me?" coughed the miser in echo. "Why shouldn't it? The medicine is natural yarbs, pure yarbs. Yarbs must cure me." Because a thing is natural, as you call it, you think it must be good. But who gave you that cough? Was it or was it not nature? Sure, you don't think that nature, damn nature, will hurt a body, do you? Nature is good Queen Bess, but who's responsible for the cholera? But yarbs are good. What's deadly nightshade? Yarb, ain't it? Oh, that a Christian man should speak again nature and yarbs. Ain't sick men sent out into the country, sent out to nature and grass? Aye, and poets send out the sick spirit to green pastures, like lame horses turned out unshod to the turf to renew their hoofs. A sort of yarb doctors in their way. Poets have it that for sore hearts, as for sore lungs, nature is the grand cure. But who froze to death my teamster on the prairie? And who made an idiot of Peter the Wild Boy? Then you don't believe in these here yarb doctors? Yarb doctors? I remember the lank yarb doctor I saw once in a hospital cot in Mobile. One of the faculty passing round and seeing who lay there said with professional triumph, "Ah, Dr. Green, your yarbs don't help me now, Dr. Green. Have to come to us in the mercury now. Dr. Green, nature, yarbs." Did I hear something about herbs and herb doctors? Here said a flute-like voice, advancing. It was the herb doctor in person, carpet-bag in hand. He happened to be strolling back that way. "Pardon me," addressing the Missourian, "but if I caught your words aright, you would seem to have little confidence in nature, which, really, in my way of thinking, looks like carrying the spirit of distrust pretty far." "And who of my sublime species may you be?" turning short round upon him, clicking his rifle lock with an air that would seem half cynic, half wildcat, were it not for the grotesque excess of the expression, which made its sincerity appear more or less dubious. One who has confidence in nature and confidence in man, with some little modest confidence in himself. That's your confession of faith, is it? Confidence in man, eh? Pray, which do you think are most, knaves or fools? Having met with few or none of either, I hardly think I am competent to answer. I will answer for you. Fools are most. Why do you think so? For the same reason that I think oats are numerically more than horses. Don't knaves munch up fools just as horses do oats? Ah, droll, sir. You are a droll. I can appreciate the drollery. But I'm in earnest. That's the drollery. To deliver droll extravagance with an earnest air, knaves munching up fools as horses oats. Faith, very droll indeed. Yes, I think I understand you now, sir. How silly I was to have taken you seriously in your droll conceits. Too, about having no confidence in nature. In reality, you have just as much as I have. I have confidence in nature. I say again, there is nothing I am more suspicious of. I once lost $10,000 by nature. Nature embezzled that amount from me, absconded with $10,000 worth of my property. A plantation on this stream, swept clean away by one of those sudden shiftings of the bank and a freshet. $10,000 worth of alluvion, thrown broad off upon the waters. But have you no confidence that by a reverse shifting that soil will come back after many days? Ah, here is my venerable friend, observing the old miser. Not in your berth yet. Pray, if you will keep a foot, don't lean against that baluster. Take my arm. It was taken, and the two stood together, the old miser leaning against the herb doctor with something of that air of trustful fraternity, with which, when standing, the less strong of the Siamese twins habitually leans against the other. The Missourian eyed them in silence, which was broken by the herb doctor. You look surprised, sir. Is it because I publicly take under my protection a figure like this? But I am never ashamed of honesty, whatever his coat. Look you, said the Missourian, after a scrutinizing pause. You are a queer sort of chap. Don't know exactly what to make of you. Upon the whole, though, you somewhat remind me of the last boy I had on my place. Good, trustworthy boy, I hope. Oh, very. I am now started to get me made some kind of machine to do the sort of work which boys are supposed to be fitted for. Then you have passed a veto upon boys. And men, too. But, my dear sir, does not that again imply more or less lack of confidence? Stand up a little, just a very little, my venerable friend. You lean rather hard. No confidence in boys, no confidence in men, no confidence in nature. Pray, sir, who or what may you have confidence in? I have confidence and distrust, more particularly as applied to you and your herbs. Well, with a forbearing smile, that is frank. But pray, don't forget that when you suspect my herbs, you suspect nature. Didn't I say that before? Very good. For the argument's sake, I will suppose you are in earnest. Now, can you, who suspect nature, deny that this same nature not only kindly brought you into being, but has faithfully nursed you to your present vigorous and independent condition? Is it not to nature that you are indebted for that robustness of mind which you so unhandsomely used to her scandal? Pray, is it not nature that you owe the very eyes by which you criticize her? No. For the privilege of vision, I am indebted to an oculist, who in my 10th year operated upon me in Philadelphia. Nature made me blind and would have kept me so. My oculist counterplotted her. And yet, sir, by your complexion, I judge you live an out-of-door life. Without knowing it, you are partial to nature. You fly to nature, the universal mother. Very motherly. Sir, in the passion fits of nature, I've known birds fly from nature to me, rough as I look. Yes, sir, in a tempest, refuge here, smiting the folds of his bearskin. Fact, sir, fact. Come, Mr. Palavera. For all your palavering, did you yourself never shut out nature of a cold, wet night? Bar her out, bolt her out, lint her out? As to that, said the herb doctor calmly, much may be said. Say it then, ruffling all his hairs. You can't, sir, can't. Then, as in apostrophe, look you, nature. I don't deny but your clover is sweet and your dandelions don't roar, but whose hailstones smashed my windows? Sir, with unimpaired affability, producing one of his boxes, I am pained to meet with one who holds nature a dangerous character. Though your manner is refined, your voice is rough. In short, you seem to have a sore throat. In the calumniated name of nature, I present you with this box. My venerable friend here has a similar one, but to you, a free gift, sir. Through her regularly authorized agents, of whom I happen to be one, nature delights in benefiting those who most abuse her. Pray, take it. Away with it. Don't hold it so near. 10 to 1, there's a torpedo in it. Such things have been. Editors been killed that way. Take it further off, I say. Good heavens, my dear sir. I tell you, I want none of your boxes, snapping his rifle. Oh, take it. Do take it, chimed in the old miser. I wish you would give me one for nothing. You find it lonely, eh? Turning short round. Gulled yourself. You would have a companion. How can you find it lonely? Returned the herb doctor. Or how desire a companion, when here I stand by him? I, even I, in whom he has trust. For the gulling, tell me, is it humane to talk so to this poor old man? Granting that his dependence on my medicine is vain, is it kind to deprive him of what, in mere imagination, if nothing more, may help eke out with hope his disease? For you, if you have no confidence, and thanks to your native health can get along without it, so far, at least, as trusting in my medicine goes. Yet how cruel an argument to use with this afflicted one here. Is it not for all the world as if some brawny pugilist, aglow in December, should rush in and put out a hospital fire? Because forsooth, he feeling no need of artificial heat, the shivering patients shall have none? Put it to your conscience, sir, and you will admit that, whatever be the nature of this afflicted one's trust, you, in opposing it, evince either an erring head or a heart amiss. Come, own, are you not pitiless? Yes, poor soul, said the Missourian, gravely eyeing the old man. Yes, it is pitiless in one like me to speak too honestly to one like you. You are a late sitter-up in this life, past man's usual bedtime, and truth, though with some it makes a wholesome breakfast, proves to all a supper too hearty. Hearty food taken late gives bad dreams. What in wonder's name is he talking about? Asked the old miser, looking up to the herb doctor. Heaven be praised for that, cried the Missourian. Out of his mind, ain't he? Again pilled the old miser. Pray, sir, said the herb doctor to the Missourian, for what were you giving thanks just now? For this, that with some minds, truth is, in effect, not so cruel a thing after all, seeing that like a loaded pistol found by poor devils of savages, it raises more wonder than terror. its peculiar virtue being unguessed, unless, indeed, by indiscreet handling, it should happen to go off of itself. I pretend not to divine your meaning there, said the herb doctor, after a pause, during which he eyed the Missourian with a kind of pinched expression, mixed of pain and curiosity, as if he grieved at his state of mind and at the same time wondered what had brought him to it. But this much I know, he added, that the general cast of your thoughts is, to say the least, unfortunate. There is strength in them, but a strength whose source, being physical, must wither. You will yet recant. Recant? Yes, when as with this old man your evil days of decay come on, when a hoary captive in your chamber, then will you, something like the dungeoned Italian we read of, gladly seek the breast of that confidence begot in the tender time of your youth, blessed beyond telling if it return to you in age. Go back to nurse again, eh? Second childhood indeed. You are soft. Mercy, mercy, cried the old miser. What is all this? Do talk sense, my good friends. Ain't you, to the Missourian, going to buy some of that medicine? Pray, my venerable friend, said the herb doctor, now trying to straighten himself, don't lean quite so hard. My arms grow numb. Abate a little, just a very little. Go, said the Missourian. Go lay down in your grave, old man. If you can't stand of yourself, it's a hard world for a leaner. As to his grave, said the herb doctor, that is far enough off. So, he but faithfully take my medicine. He says true. No, I ain't going to die yet. Many years to live yet. I approve your confidence, said the herb doctor, but your coughing distresses me, besides being injurious to you. Pray, let me conduct you to your berth. You are best there. Our friend here will wait till my return, I know. With which he led the old miser away, and then coming back, the talk with the Missourian was resumed. Sir, said the herb doctor, with some dignity and more feeling, now that our infirm friend is withdrawn, allow me, to the full, to express my concern at the words you allowed to escape you in this hearing. Some of those words, if I err not, besides being calculated to beget deplorable distrust in the patient, seemed fitted to convey unpleasant imputations against me, his physician. Suppose they did, with a menacing air. Why then indeed, respectfully retreating, I fall back upon my previous theory of your general facetiousness. I have the fortune to be in company with a humorist, a wag. Fall back you'd better, and wag it is, cried the Missourian, following him up and wagging his raccoon tail almost into the herb doctor's face. Look you. At what? At this coon. Can you, the fox, catch him? I mean, returned the other, not unself-possessed, whether I flatter myself that I can in any way dupe you or impose upon you, or pass myself off upon you for what I am not. I, as an honest man, answer that I have neither the inclination nor the power to do aught of the kind. Honest man, seems to me you talk more like a craven. You in vain seek to pick a quarrel with me, or put up any affront upon me. The innocence in me heals me. A healing like your own nostrums, but you're a queer man, a very queer and dubious man. Upon the whole, about the most so I ever met. The scrutiny accompanying this seemed unwelcome to the diffidence of the herb doctor, as if it wants to attest the absence of resentment, as well as to change the subject. He threw a kind of familiar cordiality into his air and said, So you were going to get some machine made to do your work? Philanthropic scruples, doubtless, forbid your going as far as New Orleans for slaves? Slaves? Morose again in a twinkling. Won't have 'em. Bad enough to see whites ducking and grinning round for a favor without having those poor devils of niggers congeeing round for their corn. Though to me, the niggers are the freer of the two. You're an abolitionist, ain't you? He added, squaring himself with both hands on his rifle, used for a staff and gazing in the herb doctor's face with no more reverence than if it were a target. You're an abolitionist, ain't you? As to that, I cannot so readily answer. If by abolitionist you mean a zealot, I am none. But if you mean a man, who being a man feels for all men, slaves included, and by any lawful act, opposed to nobody's interest, and therefore rousing nobody's enmity, would willingly abolish suffering, supposing it in its degree to exist, from among mankind, irrespective of color, then I am what you say. Picked and prudent sentiments, you're the moderate man, the invaluable understrapper of the wicked man. You, the moderate man, may be used for wrong, but are useless for right. From all this, said the herb doctor, still forgivingly, I infer that you, a Missourian, though living in a slave state, are without slave sentiments. Aye, but are you? Is not that air of yours so spiritlessly enduring and yielding, the very air of a slave? Who is your master, pray? Or are you owned by a company? My master? Aye, for come from Maine or Georgia, you come from a slave state, and a slave pen, where the best breeds are to be brought up at any price, from a livelihood to the presidency. Abolitionism, ye gods, but expresses the fellow feeling of slave for slave. The backwoods would seem to have given you rather eccentric notions. Now, with polite superiority, smiled the herb doctor, still with manly intrepidity, forbearing each unmanly thrust, but to return, since, for your purpose, you will have neither man nor boy, bond nor free, truly then some sort of machine for you is all there is left. My desire for your success attend you, sir. Ah, glancing shoreward, here is Cape Girardeau. I must leave you. Chapter 22. In the polite spirit of the Tusculan Disputations. Philosophical Intelligence Office. Novel idea, but how did you come to dream that I wanted anything in your absurd line, eh? About 20 minutes after leaving Cape Girardeau, the above was growled out over his shoulder by the Missourian to a chance stranger who had just accosted him. A round-backed, baker-kneed man in a mean $5 suit, wearing, collar-wise by a chain, a small brass plate inscribed P.I.O., and who, with a sort of canine deprecation, slunk obliquely behind. How did you come to dream that I wanted anything in your line, eh? Oh, respected sir, whined the other, crouching a pace nearer, and in his obsequiousness seeming to wag his very coat-tails behind him, shabby though they were. Oh, sir, from long experience, one glance tells me the gentleman who is in need of our humble services. But suppose I did want a boy, what they jocosely call a good boy, how could your absurd office help me? Philosophical Intelligence Office? Yes, respected sir, an office founded on strictly philosophical and Look you, come up here. How, by philosophy or physiology either, make good boys to order? Come up here. Don't give me a crick in the neck. Come up here. Come, sir, come. Calling as if to his pointer, tell me, how put the requisite assortment of good qualities into a boy as the assorted mince into the pie? Respected sir, our office... You talk much of that office. Where is it? On board this boat? Oh, no, sir, I just came aboard. Our office... Came aboard at last landing, eh? Pray, do you know an herb doctor there? Smooth scamp in a snuff-colored surtout? Oh, sir, I was but a sojourner at Cape Girardeau. Though, now that you mention a snuff-colored surtout, I think I met such a man as you speak of stepping ashore as I stepped aboard. And 'pears to me I have seen him somewhere before. Looks like a very mild Christian sort of person, I should say. Do you know him, respected sir? Not much, but better than you seem to. Proceed with your business. With a low, shabby bow, as grateful for the permission, the other began. Our office... Look you, broke in the bachelor with ire, have you the spinal complaint? What are you ducking and groveling about? Keep still. Where's your office? The branch one I represent is at Alton, sir, in the free state we now pass, pointing somewhat proudly ashore. Free, eh? You a freeman? You flatter yourself? With those coat-tails and that spinal complaint of servility. Free. Just cast up in your private mind. Who is your master, will you? Oh, I don't understand. Indeed. But, respected sir, as before said, our office, founded on principles wholly new. To the devil with your principles. Bad sign when a man begins to talk of his principles. Hold, come back, sir. Back here, back, sir, back. I tell you, no more boys for me. Nay, I'm a Mede and Persian. In my old home in the woods, I'm pestered enough with squirrels, weasels, chipmunks, and skunks. I want no more wild vermin to spoil my temper and waste my substance. Don't talk of boys. Enough of your boys. A plague of your boys. chilblains on your boys. As for intelligence offices, I've lived in the East and know 'em. Swindling concerns kept by low-born cynics under a fawning exterior, wreaking their cynic malice upon mankind. You're a fair specimen of them. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Dear? Yes, a thrice dear purchase of one of your boys would be to me. A rot on your boys. But respected sir, if you will not have boys, might we not, in our small way, accommodate you with a man? Accommodate? Pray, no doubt you could accommodate me with a bosom friend too, couldn't you? Accommodate. Obliging word, accommodate. There's accommodation notes now, where one accommodates another with a loan, and if you don't pay it pretty quickly, accommodates him with a chain to his foot. Accommodate. God forbid that I should ever be accommodated. No, no, look you, as I told that cousin German of yours, the herb doctor, I'm now on the road to get me made some sort of machine to do my work. Machines for me. My cider mill, does that ever steal my cider? My mowing machine, does that ever lay abed mornings? My corn husker, does that ever give me insolence? No. Cider mill, mowing machine, corn husker, all faithfully attend to their business. Disinterested, too. No board, no wages, yet doing good all their lives long, shining examples that virtue is its own reward, the only practical Christians I know. Oh, dear, 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 dear. Yes, sir. Boys, start my soul boats. What a difference, in a moral point of view, between a cornhusker and a boy. Sir, a cornhusker, for its patient continuance in well-doing, might not unfitly go to heaven. Do you suppose a boy will? A cornhusker in heaven, turning up the whites of his eyes. Respected sir, this way of talking as if heaven were a kind of Washington Patent Office museum. Oh. As if mere machine work and puppet work went to heaven. Oh. Things incapable of free agency to receive the eternal reward of well-doing. Oh. You praise God, barebones, you. What are you groaning about? Did I say anything of that sort? Seems to me, though you talk so good, you're mighty quick at a hint the other way, or else you want to pick a polemic quarrel with me. It may be so or not, respected sir, was now the demure reply, but if it be, it's only because as a soldier out of honor is quick in taking affront, so a Christian out of religion is quick, sometimes, perhaps a little too much so, in spying heresy. Well, after an astonished pause, for an unaccountable pair you and the herb doctor ought to yoke together. So saying, the bachelor was eyeing him rather sharply, when he, with the brass plate, recalled him to the discussion by a hint, not unflattering, that he, the man with the brass plate, was all anxiety to hear him further on the subject of servants. About that matter, exclaimed the impulsive bachelor, going off at the hint like a rocket, all thinking minds are nowadays coming to the conclusion, one derived from an immense hereditary experience, see what Horace and others of the ancients say of servants. Coming to the conclusion, I say that boy or man, the human animal is, for most work purposes, a losing animal. Can't be trusted, less trustworthy than oxen. For conscientiousness, a turn-spit dog excels him. Hence, these 1,000 new inventions, carting machines, horseshoe machines, tunnel-boring machines, reaping machines, apple-paring machines, boot-blacking machines, sewing machines, shaving machines, run-of-errand machines, dumbwaiter machines, and Lord only knows what machines, all of which announce the era when that refractory animal, the working or serving man, shall be a buried bygone, a superseded fossil. Shortly prior to which glorious time, I doubt not that a price will be put upon their peltries as upon the knavish possums, especially the boys. Yes, sir, ringing his rifle down on the deck, I rejoice to think that the day is at hand, when prompted by the law, I shall shoulder this gun and go out a boy shooting. Oh, now, Lord, but our office, respected sir, conducted as I ventured to observe. No, sir, bristlingly settling his stubbled chin in his coonskins. Don't try to oil me, the herb doctor tried that. My experience, carried now through a course, worse than salivation, a course of 35 boys, proves to me that boyhood is a natural state of rascality. Save us. Yes, sir. My name is Pitch. I stick to what I say. I speak from 15 years' experience. 35 boys, American, Irish, English, German, African, mulatto, not to speak of that China boy sent me by one who well knew my perplexities from California, and that Lascar boy from Bombay. Thug. I found him sucking the embryo life from my spring eggs. All rascals, sir, every soul of 'em. Caucasian or Mongol. Amazing the endless varieties of rascality and human nature of the juvenile sort. I remember that, having discharged one after another, 29 boys, each, too, for some wholly unforeseen species of viciousness peculiar to that one peculiar boy. I remember saying to myself, now then, surely I have got to the end of the list, wholly exhausted it. I have only now to get me a boy, any boy, different from those 29 preceding boys, and he infallibly shall be that virtuous boy I have so long been seeking. But bless me, this 30th boy, by the way, having at the time long forsworn your intelligence offices, I had sent him to me from the commissioners of immigration, all the way from New York, culled out carefully, in fine, at my particular request, from a standing army of 800 boys, the flowers of all nations, so they wrote me, temporarily in barracks on an East River island. I say this 30th boy was in person not ungraceful, his deceased mother a lady's maid, or something in that sort, and in manner, why, in a plebeian way, a perfect Chesterfield. Very intelligent too, quick as a flash, but such suavity. Please, sir, always bowing and saying, please, sir, in the strangest way, too, combining a filial affection with a menial respect. Took such warm, singular interest in my affairs, wanted to be considered one of the family, sort of adopted son of mine, I suppose. Of a morning, when I would go out to my stable, with what childlike good nature he would trot out my nag. Please, sir, I think he's getting fatter and fatter, but he don't look very clean, does he? Unwilling to be downright harsh with so affectionate a lad, and he seems a little hollow inside the haunch there, don't he? Or, no, perhaps I don't see plain this morning. Oh, please, sir, it's just there, I think he's gaining so, please. Polite scamp. I soon found he never gave that wretched nag his oats of nights. Didn't bed him either. Was above that sort of chambermaid work, no end to his wilful neglects, but the more he abused my service, the more polite he grew. Oh, sir, some way you mistook him. Not a bit of it. Besides, sir, he was a boy who under a Chesterfieldian exterior hid strong destructive propensities. He cut up my horse blanket for the bits of leather, for hinges to his chest, denied it point blank. After he was gone, found the shreds under his mattress, would slyly break his hoe handle too on purpose to get rid of hoeing. Then be so gracefully penitent for his fatal excess of industrious strength. Offer to mend, all by taking a nice stroll to the nighest settlement, cherry trees and full bearing all the way to get the broken thing cobbled. Very politely stole my pears, odd pennies, shillings, dollars, and nuts, regular squirrel at it, but I could prove nothing. Expressed to him my suspicions, said I, moderately enough, a little less politeness and a little more honesty would suit me better. He fired up, threatened to sue for libel. I won't say anything about his afterwards in Ohio being found in the act of gracefully putting a bar across a railroad track for the reason that a stoker called him the rogue that he was. But enough. Polite boys or saucy boys, white boys or black boys, smart boys or lazy boys, Caucasian boys or Mongol boys, all are rascals. Shocking, shocking! Nervously tucking his frayed cravat end out of sight. Surely, respected sir, you labor under a deplorable hallucination. Why, pardon again, you seem to have not the slightest confidence in boys. I admit, indeed, that boys, some of them at least, are but too prone to one little foolish foible or other. But what then, respected sir, when by nature laws they finally outgrow such things and wholly? Having until now vented himself mostly in plaintive dissent of canine whines and groans, the man with the brass plate seemed beginning to summon courage to a less timid encounter. But, upon his maiden essay, was not very encouragingly handled, since the dialogue immediately continued as follows. Boys outgrow what is amiss in them. From bad boys spring good men. Sir, the child is father of the man. Hence, as all boys are rascals, so are all men. But God bless me, you must know these things better than I, keeping an intelligence office as you do, a business which must furnish peculiar facilities for studying mankind. Come up here, sir. Confess you know these things pretty well after all. Do you not know that all men are rascals, and all boys too? Sir, replied the other, spite of his shocked feelings seeming to pluck up some spirit, but not to an indiscreet degree. Sir, heaven be praised, I am far, very far from knowing what you say. True, he thoughtfully continued, with my associates, I keep an intelligence office for 10 years. Come October. Have one way or other been concerned in that line. For no small period in the great city of Cincinnati, too. And though, as you hint, within that long interval, I must have had more or less favorable opportunity for studying mankind, in a business way, scanning not only the faces, but ransacking the lives of several thousands of human beings, male and female, of various nations, both employers and employed, genteel and ungenteel, educated and uneducated. Yet, of course, I candidly admit, with some random exceptions, I have, so far as my small observation goes, found that mankind thus domestically viewed, confidentially viewed, I may say, they, upon the whole, making some reasonable allowances for human imperfection, present as pure a moral spectacle as the purest angel could wish. I say it, respected sir, with confidence. Gammon, you don't mean what you say. Else you are like a landsman at sea, don't know the ropes, the very things everlastingly pulled before your eyes. Serpent-like they glide about, traveling blocks too subtle for you. In short, the entire ship is a riddle. Why, you green ones wouldn't know if she were unseaworthy, but still, with thumbs stuck back into your armholes, pace the rotten planks, singing like a fool, words put into your green mouth by the cunning owner, the man who, heavily insuring it, sends his ship to be wrecked. A wet sheet and a flowing sea. And, sir, now that it occurs to me, your talk, the whole of it, is but a wet sheet and a flowing sea, and an idle wind that follows fast, offering a striking contrast to my own discourse. Sir, exclaimed the man with the brass plate, his patience now more or less tasked, permit me with deference to hint that some of your remarks are injudiciously worded, and thus we say to our patrons, when they enter our office, full of abuse of us because of some worthy boy we may have sent them, some boy wholly misjudged for the time. Yes, sir, permit me to remark that you do not sufficiently consider that, though a small man, I may have my small share of feelings. Well, I didn't mean to wound your feelings at all. And they are small, very small, I take your word for it. Sorry. But truth is, like a thrashing machine, tender sensibilities must keep out of the way. Hope you understand me. Don't want to hurt you. All I say is what I said in the first place. Only now I swear it, that all boys are rascals. Sir, lowly replied the other, still forbearing like an old lawyer badgered in court, or else like a good-hearted simpleton, the butt of mischievous wags. Sir, since you come back to the point, will you allow me, in my small, quiet way, to submit to you a certain small, quiet views on the subject at hand? Oh, yes, with insulting indifference, rubbing his chin and looking the other way. Oh, yes, go on. Well then, respected sir, continued the other, now assuming as genteel an attitude as the irritating set of his pinched $5 suit would permit. Well then, sir, the peculiar principles, the strictly philosophical principles, I may say, guardedly rising in dignity as he guardedly rose on his toes, upon which our office is founded, has led me and my associates, in our small, quiet way, to a careful, analytical study of man, conducted, too, on a quiet theory, and with an unobtrusive aim wholly our own. That theory I will not now at large set forth, but some of the discoveries resulting from it I will, by your permission, very briefly mention, such of them, I mean, as refer to the state of boyhood scientifically viewed. Then you've studied the thing, expressly studied boys, eh? Why didn't you out with that before? Sir, in my small business way, I have not conversed with so many masters, gentlemen masters, for nothing. I have been taught that in this world there is a precedence of opinions as well as of persons. You have kindly given me your views. I am now, with modesty, about to give you mine. Stop flunkying. Go on. In the first place, sir, our theory teaches us to proceed by analogy from the physical to the moral. I'll be right there, sir. Now, sir, take a young boy, a young male infant, rather. A man-child, in short. What, sir, I respectfully ask, do you in the first place remark? A rascal, sir. Present and prospective, a rascal. Sir, if passion is to invade, surely science must evacuate. May I proceed? Well, then, what in the first place, in a general view, do you remark, respected sir, in that male baby or man-child? The bachelor privily growled, but this time, upon the whole, better governed himself than before, though not indeed to the degree of thinking it prudent to risk an articulate response. What do you remark? I respectfully repeat. But as no answer came, only the low, half-suppressed growl, as of bruin in a hollowed trunk, the questioner continued. Well, sir, if you will permit me, in my small way, to speak for you, you remark, respected sir, an incipient creation. Loose sort of sketchy thing. A little preliminary rag-paper study, or careless cartoon, so to speak, of a man. The idea, you see, respected sir, is there, but as yet wants filling out. In a word, respected sir, the man-child is at present but little every way. I don't pretend to deny it, but then he promises well, does he not? Yes, promises very well indeed, I may say. So too we say to our patrons in reference to some noble little youngster objected to for being a dwarf. But to advance one step further, extending his threadbare leg as he drew a pace nearer, we must now drop the figure of the rag-paper cartoon and borrow one to use presently, when wanted, from the horticultural kingdom. Some bud, lily bud, if you please. Now, such points as the newborn man-child has, as yet, not all that could be desired, I am free to confess. Still, such as they are, there they are, and palpable as those of an adult. But we stop not there. Taking another step, the man-child not only possesses these present points, small though they are, but likewise, now our horticultural image comes into play. Like the bud of the lily, he contains concealed rudiments of others, that is, points at present invisible, with beauties of present dormant. Come, this talk is getting too horticultural and beautiful altogether. Cut it short. Respected sir, with a rustily martial sort of gesture, like a decayed corporal's, when deploying into the field of discourse the vanguard of an important argument, much more in evolving the grand central forces of a Hugh philosophy of boys, as I may say, surely you will kindly allow scope adequate to the movement in hand, small and humble in its way, as that movement may be. Is it worth my while to go on, respected sir? Yes, stop flunking around and go on. Thus encouraged, again the philosopher with the brass plate proceeded. Supposing, sir, that worthy gentleman, in such terms, to an applicant for service, we allude to some patron we chance to have in our eye. Supposing, respected sir, that worthy gentleman, Adam, to have been dropped overnight in Eden, as a calf in the pasture. Supposing that, sir, then how could even the learned serpent himself have foreknown that such a downy-chinned little innocent would eventually rival the goat in a beard? Sir, wise as that serpent was, the eventuality would have been entirely hidden from his wisdom. I don't know about that. The devil is very sagacious. To judge by the event, he appears to have understood man better than the being who made him. For God's sake, don't say that, sir. To the point. Can it now with fairness be denied that in his beard the man-child prospectively possesses an appendix not less imposing than patriarchal? And for this goodly beard shall we not by generous anticipation give the man-child even in his cradle credit? Shall we not now, sir? Respectfully, I put it. Yes, if like pigweed he mows it down soon as it shoots, porcelainly rubbing his stubbled chin against his coonskins. I have hinted at the analogy, continued the other, calmly disregardful of the digression. Now to apply it. Suppose a boy evince no noble quality, then generously give him credit for his prospective one. Don't you see? So we say to our patrons when they would fain return a boy upon us as unworthy, Madame or Sir, as the case may be, has this boy a beard? No. Has he, we respectfully ask, as yet, evinced any noble quality? No, indeed. Then, Madame or Sir, take him back, we humbly beseech, and keep him till that same noble quality sprouts, for have confidence, it, like the beard, is in him. Very fine theory, scornfully exclaimed the bachelor, yet in secret, perhaps. not entirely undisturbed by these strange new views of the matter, but what trust is to be placed in it? The trust of perfect confidence, sir. To proceed once more, if you please, regard the man-child. Hold! Paul-like thrusting put his bearskin arm. Don't intrude that man-child upon me too often. He who loves not bread, dotes not on dough. As little of your man-child as your logical arrangements will admit. Anew, regard the man-child, with inspired intrepidity, repeated he with the brass plate. In the perspective of his developments, I mean. At first the man-child has no teeth. But about the 6th month, am I right, sir? Don't know anything about it. To proceed then, though at first deficient in teeth, about the 6th month, the man-child begins to put forth in that particular, and sweet those tender little puttings forth are. Very, but blown out of his mouth directly, worthless enough. Admitted, and therefore we say to our patrons returning with a boy alleged not only to be deficient in goodness, but redundant in ill, the lad, madame or sir, evinces very corrupt qualities, does he? No end to them. But have confidence there will be, for pray, madam, in this lad's early childhood, were not those frail first teeth, then his, followed by his present sound, even beautiful and permanent set? And the more objectionable those first teeth became, was not that, madame, we respectfully submit, so much more the reason to look for their speedy substitution by the present sound, even beautiful and permanent ones? True, can't deny that. Then, madame, take him back, we respectfully beg, and wait till, in the now swift course of nature, dropping those transient moral blemishes you complain of, he replacingly buds forth in the sound even beautiful and permanent virtues. Very philosophical again, was the contemptuous reply, the outward contempt, perhaps, proportioned to the inward misgiving. Vastly philosophical indeed, but tell me, to continue your analogy, since the 2nd teeth followed, in fact, came from the first, is there no chance the blemish may be transmitted? Not at all. Abating in humility, as he gained in the argument, the 2nd teeth follow, but do not come from the first. Successors, not sons. The first teeth are not, like the germ blossom of the apple, at once the father of and incorporated into the growth it foreruns. But they are thrust from their place by the independent undergrowth of the succeeding set. An illustration, by the way, which shows more for me than I meant, though not more than I wish. What does it show? Surly looking as a thundercloud with the inkept unrest of unacknowledged conviction. It shows this, respected sir, that in the case of any boy, especially an ill one, to apply unconditionally the saying that the child is father of the man is besides implying an uncharitable aspersion of the race, affirming a thing very wide of your analogy, like a snapping turtle. Yes, respected sir. But is analogy argument? You are a punster. Punster, respected sir? With a look of being aggrieved. Yes, you pun with ideas as another man may with words. Oh, well, sir, whoever talks in that strain, whoever has no confidence in human reason, whoever despises human reason, in vain to reason with him, still, respected sir, altering his air, permit me to hint that, had not the force of analogy moved you somewhat, you would hardly have offered to contemn it. Talk away, disdainfully, but pray tell me, what has that last analogy of yours to do with your intelligence office business? Everything to do with it, respected sir. From that analogy we derive the reply made to such a patron as, shortly after being supplied by us with an adult servant, proposes to return him upon our hands. Not that while with the patron, said adult has given any cause of dissatisfaction, but the patron has just chanced to hear something unfavorable concerning him from some gentleman who employed said adult, long before, while a boy. To which too fastidious patron,